This is Dr. Marcus Calder, Director of Animal Behavioral Research at the Emergency Coordination Center. Please pay careful attention to what I'm about to share. This is not a drill. We are issuing this advisory regarding unusual animal behavior patterns reported in the tri-state area. What began as a single veterinary case has evolved into something that challenges everything I thought I knew about animal psychology. Typically, when we receive reports of unusual pet behavior, we're dealing with stress responses, dietary issues, or environmental changes. Animals are creatures of habit, and when their routines are disrupted, they display predictable patterns of anxiety or aggression. What I'm about to describe doesn't fit any known behavioral model. 3 days ago, on October 12th, I received a call from a veterinary clinic in the rural tri-state area. The attending veterinarian, Dr. Sarah Chen, described a case that initially seemed like a metabolic disorder. A 6-year-old tabby cat named Mittens had been brought in by concerned owners who reported their pet had stopped sleeping entirely while consuming triple its normal food and water intake. During my initial consultation with Dr. Chen, she mentioned something that stayed with me. She said the cat's brain activity during the neurological examination was unlike anything she'd seen in 20 years of practice. The readings suggested the animal was using an estimated 100% of its neural capacity. In mammals, this should be physiologically impossible. That evening, I decided to visit the owners personally. The Morrison family lives on a quiet farm road about 40 miles outside the city limits. When I arrived at their property, I immediately noticed something that made my skin crawl. Their backyard was covered in perfect circular patterns scratched into the soil. Not the random digging you'd expect from a bored or anxious cat, but mathematically precise circles, each exactly 18 inches in diameter. Mrs. Morrison led me into their kitchen where Mittens sat motionless on the windowsill. The cat was staring at the far wall with an expression I've never seen on any animal. It looked almost human in its intensity, but worse than that, it looked pleased, content. The corners of its mouth were pulled back in what I can only describe as a smile. She's been like this for hours, Mrs. Morrison told me, her voice shaking slightly. Sometimes she'll turn her head toward us and make this sound, like she's laughing. But it's not a normal cat sound. It's too deliberate. I observed Mittens for nearly 2 hours. During that time, the cat didn't blink once in the normal way. Instead, it performed what I can only call reversed blinking, keeping its eyes closed for extended periods, then opening them wide for just a fraction of a second. Each time the eyes opened, that unsettling smile would broaden. Around 9 o'clock, Mrs. Morrison brought out Mittens' food bowl. What I witnessed next defied every principle of animal nutrition I've studied. The cat consumed an entire can of food in less than 30 seconds, then immediately moved to its water bowl and drank continuously for nearly 10 minutes. Throughout this entire feeding process, it maintained that euphoric expression. Dr. Calder, Mr. Morrison said quietly, "Yesterday we found her in the barn at 3 in the morning. She was standing on her hind legs, scratching those circles into the wooden beam. When we called her name, she turned around and looked at us with that same smile. Then she laughed. It sounded almost human." I spent the remainder of the evening documenting Mittens' behavior patterns. Between 10 p.m. and midnight, the cat alternated between periods of intense wall staring and what I can only describe as episodes of extreme euphoria. During these euphoric phases, Mittens would pace in tight circles, occasionally stopping to look directly at the Morrison family with an expression of pure bliss. The most disturbing incident occurred just before I left their property. At approximately 11:45 p.m., I was reviewing my notes in the kitchen when I heard a low humming sound. It seemed to be coming from Mittens, who was once again staring at the wall. I pulled out my recording equipment and detected a subsonic frequency emanating from the cat's throat. The frequency was so low it was barely audible to human ears, but my equipment registered it clearly. Mrs. Morrison noticed my concern and shared something that made my blood run cold. Dr. Calder, we've been hearing that humming sound through the walls at night. It's not just coming from Mittens. It's like there's something humming back to her from outside. This morning, I returned to the Morrison property to conduct follow-up observations. What I found there has prompted this emergency broadcast. The circular patterns in their backyard had multiplied overnight. There were now dozens of perfect circles scratched into the soil, arranged in a pattern that seemed almost purposeful, mathematical. Mittens was no longer in the house. The Morrisons found her at dawn, standing in the center of the largest circle, still smiling, still staring toward the tree line. When they approached, she didn't acknowledge their presence. She simply continued her focused observation of something none of us could see. I'm categorizing what I've observed into 3 distinct stages based on my research over the past 3 days. Stage 1 appears to be metabolic acceleration. The affected animal stops sleeping and dramatically increases food and water consumption, while maintaining an unnaturally euphoric state. Stage 2 involves repetitive circular behaviors and directional fixation, usually accompanied by the low-frequency humming I recorded. Stage 3, which I witnessed this morning, involves complete environmental detachment and apparent communication with unknown stimuli. The timeline from initial symptoms to stage 3 appears to be approximately 72 hours. During this progression, the affected animal maintains that disturbing smile and demonstrates cognitive capabilities that shouldn't be possible for their species. If you notice your pet displaying any of these behaviors, do not attempt to interrupt their activities. Based on my observations, affected animals become extremely protective of their compulsions. Remove other family members from the immediate area and contact our emergency hotline immediately. Do not try to confine or restrain the animal, as this may trigger unpredictable responses. I want to emphasize that Mittens showed no signs of aggression toward the Morrison family. However, there was something in her behavior that suggested she was operating under a compulsion stronger than any domestic animal training or natural instinct. When I attempted to interrupt her wall staring yesterday evening, she turned toward me with an expression of such focused intensity that I instinctively stepped back. What concerns me most is that this appears to be an isolated incident affecting a single animal. In my 30 years of animal behavioral research, I've never encountered a case where an individual animal develops such extreme cognitive enhancement without any identifiable cause. The metabolic demands alone should have killed Mittens within the first 24 hours. Yet here we are, 3 days later, and she's not only surviving, but thriving. The euphoric state she maintains suggests she's experiencing something pleasant, even blissful. But the directional fixation and circular behaviors indicate she's responding to stimuli that don't exist in our shared reality. I've sent tissue samples to our laboratory for analysis, but preliminary results show no evidence of disease, parasites, or toxins. Mittens' blood work indicates optimal health despite her impossible eating patterns and complete lack of sleep. This broadcast will repeat every hour on the hour until we have more information. If you observe similar behavioral changes in your pets, particularly cats, please report them immediately to our Emergency Coordination Center. Document any circular patterns you may find on your property and note the time and duration of any wall-staring episodes. I'll be conducting additional field research throughout the tri-state area over the next 24 hours. While this appears to be an isolated veterinary case, the unprecedented nature of Mittens' condition requires us to monitor for any similar incidents. What I witnessed at the Morrison property challenges everything I understand about animal behavior and cognition. There's something happening here that goes beyond conventional veterinary medicine. Something that's making a domestic cat smile while it stares at empty walls and scratches mathematical patterns into the earth. Until we understand what's causing this phenomenon, I urge all pet owners in the tri-state area to remain vigilant. Pay attention to your animal's behavior, especially during nighttime hours. If your cat begins growling at the wall, don't investigate what it's seeing. Just run. This is Dr. Marcus Calder, and I'll be back tomorrow night with updates on this developing situation. Stay safe and trust your instincts. If something feels wrong with your pet's behavior, it probably is. This is Dr. Marcus Calder, Director of Animal Behavioral Research at the Emergency Coordination Center. I'm speaking to you directly tonight because the situation I reported yesterday has expanded beyond anything we initially anticipated. What started as an isolated case with a single domestic cat is now spread across 3 counties within our tri-state area, and I need you to understand the gravity of what we're facing. Yesterday, I told you about Mittens, the 6-year-old tabby who stopped sleeping and began displaying impossible neurological activity. Tonight, I'm reporting that we have confirmed cases involving multiple dogs across different counties, all exhibiting identical symptoms. The pattern suggests we're dealing with something far more serious than a simple veterinary anomaly. The first dog case came to my attention early this morning when a family in Millbrook contacted our emergency line. Their German Shepherd, Duke, had been acting strangely for the past 48 hours. The owner, Janet Morrison, called our dispatch center at 3:17 a.m. because her dog was consuming unprecedented amounts of food and water while displaying what she described as constant inappropriate happiness. When my team arrived at the Morrison residence, we found Duke had eaten 6 pounds of dry food in a single day and was drinking water continuously, yet showed no signs of distress or illness. What disturbed me most was Duke's facial expression. Just like Mittens, this dog was smiling. Not the typical canine expression we might interpret as happiness, but an actual human-like smile that seemed fixed on his face. Duke would spend hours staring at the barn wall behind their property, maintaining this unsettling expression while his tail wagged in perfect rhythm. The family mentioned hearing him make sounds they'd never heard before during the night hours, sounds that resembled laughter more than barking. That same afternoon, I received another call from Clear Creek County. A family had found their beagle, Rusty, motionless for 12 straight hours, staring at the side of their house with the same euphoric expression I'd witnessed with Duke. The dog had been scratching perfect circles in the dirt around their property, just like the patterns we documented at the Blackwood farm. When the owners tried to interrupt Rusty's wall-staring episodes, he would turn toward them with that same fixed smile, his eyes showing an intensity that made them deeply uncomfortable. The third case came from Pine Valley, where a golden retriever named Max had been keeping the entire neighborhood awake with what residents described as reverse barking. Instead of the normal bark patterns we'd expect from a dog, Max was producing sounds that seemed to play backwards, followed by periods of human-like laughter that echoed through the residential area during the darkest hours of the night. The owners reported that Max had tripled his food intake and was creating the same circular patterns in their backyard that we'd seen at the other locations. By evening, I had personally visited all 3 locations, and what I observed defied every principle of animal behavior I've studied in my 23 years of research. Each dog showed hyperactivity during daylight hours, but their activity was focused entirely on wall fixation and circular pattern creation. The walls they stared at showed no obvious features that would typically attract animal attention, yet each dog seemed to be observing something specific that remained invisible to human perception. The most disturbing discovery came when my team brought recording equipment to document the animal's behavior. During what the families called smiling episodes, our sensitive audio equipment detected low-frequency humming emanating directly from the affected dogs. This humming occurred at frequencies below normal human hearing range, creating a subsonic vibration that our instruments measured but our ears couldn't process. The humming patterns were identical across all 3 cases, suggesting these dogs were somehow synchronized despite being separated by dozens of miles. I've identified 4 distinct stages in the progression of this condition. Stage 1 involves the initial sleep disruption and increased appetite that we documented with Mittens. Stage 2 introduces the wall fixation and circular pattern creation that we're now seeing across multiple cases. Stage 3 appears to involve the inappropriate vocalizations and sustained euphoric expressions that are deeply unsettling to witness. I'm concerned about what Stage 4 might bring, as none of our cases have progressed beyond the current symptoms. The geographic distribution of these cases is particularly troubling. All 3 dog families live within a 50-mile radius of the original Blackwood farm, suggesting a point source origin for whatever is affecting these animals. However, we found no environmental factors that could explain the identical behavioral patterns. Water sources, food supplies, and environmental conditions vary significantly across the affected areas, yet the symptoms remain precisely the same. What makes this situation even more concerning is the animal's reaction to human intervention. When family members attempt to redirect their pet's attention away from wall staring or interrupt the circular pattern creation, the affected dogs become protective of their compulsions. They don't show aggression exactly, but they demonstrate a determination to continue their behaviors that seems to override their normal obedience training and human bonding. Earlier tonight, I was personally present when the Morrison family tried to bring Duke inside during one of his wall-staring episodes. The dog's reaction was unlike anything I've witnessed in my professional experience. Duke maintained his fixed smile while positioning himself between the family and the barn wall, as if protecting something only he could perceive. His body language suggested he was guarding whatever held his attention, and he showed no recognition of his owner's commands or concerns. The families are reporting that their dogs' personalities have fundamentally changed. These animals, who were previously responsive to human interaction and normal household routines, now seem to exist in a state of constant private focus. They acknowledge their human families but appear to be primarily engaged with something beyond our perception. The continuous smiling creates an atmosphere of wrongness that the families find increasingly difficult to tolerate. My team has expanded our investigation to include veterinary analysis of the affected animals. Blood work and neurological testing show the same impossible results we documented with Mittens. All 3 dogs are utilizing an estimated 100% of their brain capacity, a biological impossibility that should result in immediate death. Instead, they appear to be experiencing enhanced cognitive function while maintaining their fixed emotional state. The cross-species transmission we're witnessing suggests that whatever is affecting these animals operates beyond normal biological boundaries. The identical symptoms across different breeds, different environments, and different counties indicate we're dealing with something that can replicate precise neurological changes regardless of the host animal's individual characteristics. I want to emphasize that while these animals appear calm and even happy, their accelerated metabolic state and neurological changes make their behavior completely unpredictable. We don't understand what they're perceiving during their wall-staring episodes, and we don't know what might trigger a change in their current docile state. The families report feeling increasingly uncomfortable around their pets, despite the animals showing no obvious signs of hostility. Do not approach any animal displaying these symptoms. While they maintain their euphoric expressions and seem content, their altered neurological state means they may respond to stimuli in ways we cannot anticipate. The protective behavior we've observed suggests these animals are committed to continuing their compulsions, and any interference could provoke unpredictable reactions. If you notice your pet has stopped sleeping, is consuming excessive amounts of food and water, or begins staring at walls while displaying inappropriate facial expressions, contact our emergency line immediately. Do not attempt to interrupt these behaviors, and do not leave children alone with affected animals. We are implementing quarantine protocols for all confirmed cases to prevent further spread and to protect both the animals and their human families. The pattern of identical symptoms across multiple species and locations suggests we're facing something unprecedented in veterinary medicine. I'll be monitoring the situation throughout the night and will provide updates as new information becomes available. Until we understand what we're dealing with, assume that any animal displaying these symptoms represents a potential risk to household safety. This is Dr. Marcus Calder with the Emergency Coordination Center. Stay alert, trust your instincts and remember that sometimes the most dangerous situations are the ones that appear completely harmless. This is Dr. Marcus Calder, Director of Animal Behavioral Research at the Emergency Coordination Center. Please pay careful attention to what I'm about to share. This is not a drill. What started as isolated animal cases has now jumped to humans, and I need to tell you something that's going to sound impossible. We've discovered that this phenomenon isn't random. It's following bloodlines. Specific family lines dating back to the original tri-state settlement in 1847. 3 days ago, I thought we were dealing with a veterinary crisis. Yesterday, I realized we had cross-species transmission. Today, I'm looking at evidence that suggests this has been planned for generations. The pattern became clear when Sarah Blackwood called me directly. She's the woman whose cat Mittens started this whole situation. When she phoned yesterday evening, she hadn't slept in 72 hours. But here's what disturbed me most. She was laughing. Not nervous laughter, not hysteria. Pure, genuine joy while describing symptoms that should have terrified her. Dr. Calder, she said, her voice bubbling with inappropriate cheer. I understand now why Mittens was so happy. The wall isn't just a wall. There's something wonderful behind it, and I can almost see it too. I drove to her farmhouse immediately. What I found there will haunt me for the rest of my life. Sarah met me at the door, and the first thing I noticed was her smile. It was identical to the expression we documented in the affected animals. Too wide, too constant, like her facial muscles were locked in position. She'd lost at least 15 pounds in 3 days, but her eyes were bright with an energy that seemed to consume her from within. I've been eating constantly, she told me, leading me to her kitchen. 6 full meals today, and I'm still hungry. But it's not regular hunger. It's like my body is burning through everything immediately. The kitchen table caught my attention. Deep scratches covered its surface, forming perfect circles within circles. The wood was gouged so deeply that splinters littered the floor. When I asked about it, Sarah's smile somehow became even wider. I made those last night, she said, running her fingers along the grooves. I couldn't stop myself. My hands just kept moving, and the patterns felt so right, so mathematically perfect. That's when I noticed her fingernails. They were worn down to the quick, some bleeding, but she didn't seem to feel any pain. She was completely euphoric about the destruction she'd caused to her own body. But what happened next made my blood run cold. From somewhere in the house came a sound that still haunts me. A rhythmic, chittering noise that sounded disturbingly like laughter. Human laughter, but wrong. Too high-pitched, too rapid. That's Mittens, Sarah said, her grin widening impossibly. He's been making that sound since yesterday. We laugh together now. We understand the same joke. I followed the sound to the living room, where I found Mittens sitting in the center of another set of circular scratches carved into the hardwood floor. The cat was producing that awful chittering sound, short, staccato bursts that mimicked human laughter but came from a throat that was never meant to make such noises. When he saw me, his mouth stretched into that unnatural rictus grin, and the chittering intensified. Sarah began laughing in response, and for a moment, human and cat were locked in this grotesque duet of shared euphoria. The sound was so wrong, so fundamentally disturbing, that I had to step outside to compose myself. Later that evening, my team received another disturbing report. James Morrison, a contractor from Pine Valley, had been found by his wife scratching identical circular patterns into their dining room table at 3 in the morning. When she tried to stop him, he looked up at her with that same unnatural smile and said, "The calculations are almost complete." His wife described the scene to me over the phone. "Doctor, he's been awake for 4 days straight. He's eating us out of house and home, but he's lost 20 pounds. And he keeps laughing at things that aren't funny. Like when I told him I was scared, he started giggling like I'd told him the world's best joke." The Morrison family had called us 2 days earlier about their German Shepherd. The dog had been in our isolation facility since Tuesday, displaying the same symptoms we'd seen in Mittens. James had been present during the intake procedure. By Thursday morning, I had documented 12 human cases across 3 counties. Every single affected individual lived in a household with one of our quarantined animals. But here's what made my blood run cold. Not everyone in those households was affected. Only specific family members. I spent Thursday afternoon in the county records office tracing genealogies. What I discovered defies explanation, but the evidence is undeniable. Every affected human can trace their lineage back to the original Blackwood settlement of 1847. Sarah Blackwood is a direct descendant of the settlement's founder. James Morrison's great-great-grandmother was a Blackwood daughter who married into the Morrison family in 1863. The pattern was perfect. Bloodline transmission, skipping generations, but always returning to the same genetic markers. That's when I started digging into historical records, and what I found changed everything. The tri-state area has experienced identical incidents every 40 years, dating back to 1847. The documentation is sparse. Most records from those years have been lost or destroyed, but what remains tells a terrifying story. In 1887, the county sheriff reported that several families from the original settlement had taken to the woods with their animals, displaying symptoms of profound happiness before complete disappearance. The report mentioned that affected individuals consumed impossible quantities of food while maintaining constant expressions of joy. In 1927, a local doctor documented what he called the smiling sickness. His notes describe patients who stayed awake for weeks, eating continuously while scratching circular patterns into any available surface. The affected individuals, he wrote, spoke of mathematical certainties and approaching revelations. All of them disappeared into the mountain wilderness within days of reaching what he termed the acceleration phase. The 1967 incident was better documented. A state investigator filed a report about families who abandoned their homes in organized groups, leading their domestic animals toward the remote mountain caves. The investigator noted that affected individuals demonstrated enhanced cognitive abilities during their accelerated state, solving complex problems while maintaining inappropriate emotional responses. Every incident, every 40 years, involving the same family lines. The Blackwoods, the Morrisons, the Kellys, the Hartmans, all descendants of the original 1847 settlement. This morning, I witnessed the acceleration phase firsthand. I was conducting a welfare check on the Hartman family when I found Patricia Hartman in her backyard. She was standing in the center of a series of perfectly circular trenches she'd dug with her bare hands. Her fingers were raw and bleeding, but she was laughing with pure delight. "The math is so beautiful," she told me, her voice rapid and excited. "I can see the patterns now, Doctor." Calder. The 40-year cycles, the bloodline connections, the way the animals prepare us for the final stage. It's also perfectly designed. She spoke faster than any human should be able to speak, her words tumbling over each other with impossible clarity. She was demonstrating cognitive abilities I'd never seen before, calculating complex mathematical sequences in her head while maintaining that constant, unsettling smile. "The pets aren't sick," she continued, her laughter bubbling between words. "They're the invitation. They prepare us, show us what's coming, and then we join them in the final stage. It's the most wonderful thing, Doctor. We're going home." When I asked her what she meant by home, her smile faltered for just a moment. In that brief pause, I saw something that terrified me more than anything else. A flicker of the Patricia Hartman I'd known, trapped behind that euphoric mask, aware of what was happening but unable to stop it. Then the smile returned, brighter than ever, and she said, "The mountain caves. We're all going to the mountain caves." As I'm recording this broadcast, I have confirmed reports of 17 affected individuals across the tri-state area. All of them are in the acceleration phase. Cognitive enhancement, massive caloric intake, and that constant, terrible smile. All of them are scratching circular patterns and speaking of mathematical certainties. And all of them are descendants of the 1847 Blackwood settlement. Here's what you need to understand. If you have ancestry tracing back to that original settlement, you are at risk. The phenomenon appears to be hereditary, following specific genetic markers that have been dormant for generations. Avoid contact with affected animals. Do not attempt to retrieve pets that have been quarantined. If you notice family members displaying excessive appetite, inability to sleep, or inappropriate euphoria, do not approach them during the acceleration phase. They may appear lucid and enhanced, but they are following a compulsion that has been building for 40 years. The most disturbing aspect of this situation is the cyclical nature. This isn't a random outbreak, it's a harvest. Something has been calling these bloodlines home every 40 years since 1847, and the pattern suggests it's not finished with us yet. I'll be monitoring the situation throughout the night. Based on historical patterns, we're approaching the final stage. All affected individuals will likely disappear into the mountain wilderness within the next 24 hours. If you're a descendant of the 1847 settlement, lock your doors, stay away from your pets, and pray that when 2067 arrives, someone will have found a way to break this cycle. This is Dr. Marcus Calder, signing off. May God help us all. This is Dr. Marcus Calder, Director of Animal Behavioral Research at the Emergency Coordination Center. What I'm about to share with you may be our final broadcast on this situation. The affected individuals have entered what I can only describe as the final stage, and I'm documenting this from a safe distance as the last groups disappear into areas where our equipment simply cannot follow. Over the past 4 days, I've watched this phenomenon evolve from isolated animal cases to something that defies every principle of behavioral science I've studied. Tonight, I'm speaking to you not just as a researcher, but as someone who has witnessed the complete transformation of an entire community. At 3:47 a.m. this morning, my team received our first report of what we now understand to be the harvest phase. Sarah Blackwood, the original cat owner from our first documented case, was found 15 miles from her home by a state trooper conducting routine patrol. She wasn't alone. The trooper described seeing her walking through a dense forest clearing, leading what he estimated to be 30 to 40 cats in a perfectly organized formation. What disturbed him most wasn't the impossible number of animals following her. It was her expression. She was smiling that same euphoric smile we've documented, but now it seemed purposeful, almost serene. When the trooper called out to her, she turned and looked directly at him. He told me her eyes had a clarity he'd never seen before, as if she understood something the rest of us couldn't grasp. She raised her hand in what appeared to be a gentle wave, then continued walking deeper into the forest. The cats moved with her in perfect synchronization, never breaking formation, never making a sound. The trooper followed for nearly a mile before his radio equipment began malfunctioning and he lost visual contact in the dense undergrowth. That same morning, I personally investigated reports from 3 separate families. In each case, the affected family members had gathered their pets during the night and simply left their homes. No signs of struggle, no indication of distress. Kitchen tables were left set for breakfast, television still running, front doors standing wide open. The only evidence of their departure were those same circular patterns we've been documenting, but now they were carved into front lawns, driveways, even the wooden floors of living rooms. What struck me most profoundly was visiting the Morrison household. James Morrison, who we documented in yesterday's broadcast, had apparently spent his final night at home methodically arranging his furniture in circular patterns throughout the house. His wife found every piece of furniture, chairs, tables, even the refrigerator, positioned in perfect circles within each room. She described it as beautiful and terrifying at the same time, like he was preparing for something important that only he could understand. By noon today, our dispatch center was receiving calls from across the tri-state area. Families were reporting missing relatives, but the pattern was always the same. Only certain individuals within each household were affected, and they always took their pets with them. What's more unsettling is that neighbors began reporting seeing these organized groups moving through residential areas during daylight hours, always heading toward the mountain wilderness that borders our region. I decided to observe one of these groups personally. At approximately 2:15 p.m., I positioned myself on Ridge Road, which provides a clear view of the valley leading to the mountain forests. What I witnessed challenged every assumption I had about this phenomenon. A group of roughly 20 people was moving through the valley, each person accompanied by multiple animals. They moved with purpose, but not urgency. The affected individuals appeared to be communicating with each other, though from my distance I couldn't hear any verbal exchange. What made this observation particularly disturbing was the behavior of the animals. Dogs, cats, even what appeared to be several rabbits and a goat, all moved in coordinated groups around their human companions. The animals showed no signs of distress or confusion. Instead, they seemed to understand their role in whatever was unfolding. I watched through binoculars as one woman gestured toward a specific path, and immediately, all the animals in the group adjusted their movement to follow her direction. The most chilling aspect was how organized the entire procession appeared. These weren't confused, sick individuals wandering aimlessly. They were moving with the confidence of people who knew exactly where they were going and why. The affected humans seemed to be serving as guides or shepherds, leading their animal companions towards something in the mountain wilderness that I cannot identify. As evening approached, I received reports from our helicopter surveillance team. They had been attempting to track the groups as they moved deeper into the mountain forest, but encountered significant equipment failures once they reached certain elevations. Radar systems malfunctioned, GPS navigation became unreliable, and radio communication with our ground teams was completely lost. The pilot described it as flying into a dead zone where modern technology simply stopped functioning. What's more troubling is that the helicopter crew reported seeing multiple groups converging on the same general area deep in the wilderness, but they couldn't maintain visual contact long enough to determine their final destination. The terrain becomes increasingly difficult to navigate, with dense forest canopy and rocky outcroppings that make tracking impossible. Every attempt to follow the groups results in the same outcome: complete loss of contact once they reach the deep wilderness. I've been reviewing historical records from the previous cycles we discovered, and the pattern is consistent. In 1967, local authorities reported similar mass disappearances involving the same family bloodlines. Search and rescue operations were mounted, but no trace of the missing individuals was ever found. The official reports described it as a tragic accident, possibly involving flash floods or landslides, but the timing and the specific bloodlines involved tell a different story. What haunts me most is that the affected individuals don't appear to be victims in any conventional sense. Based on my observations today, they seem to be willing participants in something that transcends our understanding of human behavior. The euphoric expressions, the organized movement, the purposeful gathering of animals. It all suggests they're responding to something that feels meaningful to them, even if it appears catastrophic to the rest of us. As I speak to you now, the last documented group entered the mountain wilderness approximately 3 hours ago. Our monitoring stations have gone silent, and attempts to establish contact with any affected individuals have been unsuccessful. The phenomenon appears to be complete, with all documented cases having reached their final stage. I want to emphasize that this is not a typical missing person situation. These individuals are not lost or confused. They are following a compulsion that appears to be genetically programmed into specific bloodlines, activated by exposure to affected animals, and directed toward a destination that exists beyond our ability to monitor or reach. If you have family members who were affected by this phenomenon, I must advise you not to attempt rescue operations. The mountain wilderness where they've disappeared is treacherous terrain under normal circumstances, and our equipment failures suggest that standard search and rescue protocols will not be effective. More importantly, based on my observations, the affected individuals are moving toward their destination by choice, not by force. I am documenting this final broadcast from a secure location, having witnessed what I can only describe as the completion of a cycle that began decades before any of us were born. The 1847 records we discovered suggest this phenomenon occurs every 40 years, targeting the same bloodlines, following the same pattern, reaching the same conclusion. For those listening who have ancestry tracing back to the original tri-state settlement, particularly any connection to the Blackwood family line, I strongly urge you to document any unusual animal behavior in your area. If this cycle follows historical patterns, we have nearly 4 decades before it begins again. But I suspect that what we've witnessed over the past 4 days will be remembered not as a tragedy, but as a transition that we simply weren't meant to understand. The affected individuals have reached their destination, whatever that may be. The animals that accompanied them have served their purpose in guiding them there, and those of us who remain are left with the unsettling knowledge that somewhere in the deep wilderness, something has been waiting for them to arrive. This concludes our emergency broadcast series. I pray that when 2067 arrives, whoever holds this position will be better prepared for what's coming than we were. God help us all. This is Dr. Marcus Calder from the Emergency Coordination Center. Please listen closely and follow these instructions. This is not a drill. If your dog starts watching shadows or tracking movement you cannot see, immediate action is required. I'm speaking to you tonight because we're receiving an unprecedented number of reports about unusual pet behavior across the tri-state area. As Director of Animal Behavioral Research, I've spent the last 17 years studying these phenomena, and what we're seeing now defies everything we thought we understood about the patterns documented in 2007. Starting 3 days ago, July 15th, our emergency hotlines began receiving calls from pet owners describing their dogs exhibiting intense fixation behaviors toward empty spaces, shadows, and apparently vacant areas of their homes. The first report came from the Henderson family in Millbrook County, whose 6-year-old golden retriever, Rusty, spent 14 straight hours staring at the corner of their living room where 2 walls meet the ceiling. When I say staring, I mean absolute, unwavering focus. No blinking, no movement, just that fixed gaze that made Tom Henderson tell his wife, "It's like he's watching something we can't see, and it's watching him back." What's particularly disturbing is that these aren't isolated incidents scattered randomly across our region. We're seeing clusters, patterns that suggest coordination. The quarantine facilities we established after the 2007 events are currently housing over 3,000 animals exhibiting similar behaviors, and Dr. Jennifer Reeves at Facility Alpha reports that the animals seem to be responding to the same invisible stimuli simultaneously, even when housed in separate soundproof chambers. Let me share what families are experiencing, because these accounts will help you recognize the warning signs in your own pets. A couple on Granger Hill reported that their normally social Labrador mix, Bailey, had positioned himself in their hallway and refused to move for over 6 hours. The dog's head tracked slowly from left to right, following something moving along their ceiling that neither owner could see. Sarah Chen described the experience to our dispatch team. His ears kept twitching like he was listening to something, but our house was completely silent. When I tried to call him away, he didn't even acknowledge I was there. It was like he was protecting us from something only he could sense. Later that night, more calls came in from Pine Valley. The Yamamoto family woke to find their Shiba Inu, Mochi, sitting perfectly still in their 3-year-old son's doorway. Kenji Yamamoto noticed that Mochi's entire body was tense, every muscle coiled like he was ready to spring into action, but his eyes never left a specific spot about 7 feet above the child's crib. "I followed his gaze," Kenji told our operator, "and I swear I felt cold air coming from that exact spot, even though it was 80 degrees in the house and all the windows were closed." When Kenji tried to move the dog, Mochi let out a low growl, the first aggressive sound he'd ever made toward a family member. Lucia called emergency services when her Maine Coon cat, Princess, had been sitting motionless in the same position for 12 hours, staring at the space between their refrigerator and kitchen wall. What disturbed Rosa most wasn't the staring itself, but the fact that Princess was positioned between Rosa's sleeping daughter and whatever she was watching. She never left that spot, Rosa explained. Not to eat, not to use the litter box, nothing. It was like she was standing guard. But against what? The most unsettling report came from Dr. Patricia Wong, one of our facility veterinarians, who was conducting routine behavioral assessments at Quarantine Facility Gamma. During her evening rounds, she discovered that 47 different animals, dogs, cats, even a few rabbits, had all oriented themselves to face the same direction within their enclosures. Every single animal was staring at the facility's eastern wall with identical intensity. "I've never seen synchronized behavior like this," Dr. Wong reported. "These animals have been isolated from each other for weeks, yet they were all responding to something in perfect unison. When I tried to redirect their attention with food or toys, they wouldn't break focus. It was like they were all seeing the same thing, and that thing was more important than anything else in the world." We have identified these common stages based on reports from over 200 affected households. Stage 1, which we're calling heightened alertness, typically begins with your pet becoming unusually attentive to specific areas of your home. They may sit or stand in one location for extended periods, tracking movement along walls, ceilings, or empty corners that you cannot observe. This stage can last anywhere from 6 to 18 hours. Stage 2 involves what witnesses describe as protective positioning. Your pet will place themselves between you or your family members and whatever they're observing. They may refuse to leave this position, even when called or offered food. Dogs in this stage often exhibit physical tension, raised hackles, rigid posture, or that particular stillness that indicates they're ready to defend something. Cats typically position themselves at elevated vantage points while maintaining their fixed gaze. Stage 3, which we're seeing in approximately 30% of reported cases, includes defensive behaviors. Your pet may begin low-level warning signals, quiet growls, hissing, or positioning themselves to block access to certain areas of your home. They're not responding to you during these episodes, but rather to whatever they're perceiving in those empty spaces. If you observe any of these behaviors in your pet, please follow these safety instructions immediately. First, do not attempt to physically move or redirect your pet when they're in a focused state. Multiple families have reported that forcing their pet to break concentration resulted in the animal becoming extremely agitated and, in some cases, temporarily aggressive toward family members they'd never shown aggression toward before. Second, pay attention to where your pet is positioned relative to you and your family. If they're placing themselves between you and a specific area, respect that positioning. We're developing evidence that suggests your pet may be responding to stimuli that pose some form of threat, though we don't yet understand the nature of that threat. Third, monitor the duration of these episodes carefully. If your pet maintains focus on the same area for more than 8 hours, contact our emergency hotline immediately. Do not wait for the behavior to resolve on its own. Fourth, and this is critical, do not investigate the areas your pet is watching. Do not touch walls, corners, or surfaces that seem to be the focus of their attention. Several families have reported experiencing dizziness, nausea, or what they described as wrongness when they made physical contact with these locations. Based on communications from Colonel Sarah Mitchell, our military liaison, the quarantine protocols we established are currently holding steady, though we're processing new cases at a rate that exceeds our projections from 2007. What's particularly puzzling is the timing of this outbreak. Our research indicated that any recurrence of these phenomena should not have occurred until approximately 2067, based on the 43-year cycle we documented previously. The fact that we're seeing this resurgence now, in 2024, suggests variables we haven't accounted for. I should mention that our investigation teams briefly looked into reports about local inventor Dr. Heinrich Poof, who was allegedly conducting backyard experiments with what he calls a pet attitude adjuster Mark 7. After reviewing his homemade contraption, which he funded with $47,000 from his wife's inheritance, we can confirm that Dr. Poof's device is completely unrelated to the current outbreak. While we appreciate citizens reporting unusual activity, Dr. Poof's tinkering appears to involve nothing more than modified dog whistles and disco lights. The broader pattern we're observing suggests that whatever triggered the 2007 events has awakened again, but with expanded parameters. We're seeing affected animals from bloodlines that showed no previous involvement, which contradicts our understanding of how these phenomena typically manifest. Dr. Reeves has documented neurological readings that continue to defy explanation, with brain activity patterns that should be physiologically impossible for the species we're monitoring. What concerns me most, based on my 17 years of research into these events, is that the animals aren't exhibiting distress about what they're observing. They're not cowering or trying to escape. They're watching with the kind of focused attention typically reserved for prey animals monitoring predators, but their body language suggests they're prepared to defend rather than flee. This protective instinct, combined with their ability to perceive threats we cannot detect, indicates that something in our environment has changed in ways we don't yet comprehend. I want to be clear about the current risk level. While we don't fully understand what your pets are responding to, their protective behaviors suggest they're serving as an early warning system for something that poses a genuine threat to human safety. The fact that they're positioning themselves between you and these invisible stimuli should not be dismissed as simple anxiety or behavioral quirks. This message will repeat every 2 hours on this frequency. If you observe the behaviors I've described, or if your pet's protective positioning escalates to active defensive behaviors, contact the Emergency Coordination Center immediately. Our teams are monitoring the situation around the clock, and we will provide updates as new information becomes available. Remember, your pet sees something you cannot. Until we understand what they're protecting you from, the safest assumption is that they're right to be watching, and you should let them watch. Do not dismiss their vigilance as imagination. In my experience, when animals maintain this level of focused attention on empty spaces, those spaces are not as empty as they appear. This is Dr. Marcus Calder, Emergency Coordination Center. Stay alert, follow the protocols, and trust your pet's instincts. They've never been more important than they are right now. This is Dr. Marcus Calder from the Emergency Coordination Center. Please listen closely and follow these instructions. This is not a drill. If your dog starts laughing at walls, immediate isolation protocols are required. As of July 18, 2024, we have received over 300 reports of domestic animals exhibiting what can only be described as human-like laughter directed at interior walls and barriers. This represents a significant escalation from the shadow-watching behaviors documented in my previous broadcast. Based on my research spanning both the 2007 incident and current events, we are witnessing an acceleration that defies all previous patterns. The quarantine facilities are reporting unprecedented stress levels, and I must emphasize that the safety protocols I established 17 years ago may no longer be sufficient. What began as isolated cases of unusual alertness has evolved into something far more disturbing. The first confirmed wall laughter incident occurred at 3:47 a.m. on July 15th at the Henderson residence in Millbrook County. Lisa Henderson called our emergency line in a state of near panic, reporting that their golden retriever Rusty had been standing motionless in their hallway, producing what she described as the most horrible sound I've ever heard. When pressed for details, she said it sounded exactly like her deceased father's laugh, but coming from their dog's throat. The incidents have been clustering around specific geographic areas, suggesting either environmental factors or some form of transmission we don't yet understand. Dr. Jennifer Reeves at Quarantine Facility Alpha has been documenting similar behaviors among the animals we've been holding since the shadow watching phase began. Her latest report, filed yesterday evening, notes that affected animals seem to be targeting specific sections of their containment walls, almost as if they can perceive something beyond the barriers that our instruments cannot detect. A family in Pine Valley contacted us Tuesday morning after their Shiba Inu, Mochi, spent 6 consecutive hours positioned against their living room wall, producing rhythmic bursts of what the father, Kenji Yamamoto, described as celebration sounds. The laughter would begin precisely every 17 minutes, last for exactly 90 seconds, then stop abruptly. When the family attempted to move Mochi away from the wall, the dog would immediately return to the same spot and resume the behavior. Sarah Yamamoto noted that during the laughter episodes, their infant son would become extremely agitated, crying inconsolably until the sound stopped. The Yamamoto case became more disturbing when neighbors began reporting that their own dogs were exhibiting similar behaviors at exactly the same times. Mrs. Chen, who lives 3 houses down from the Yamamotos, called our hotline Wednesday evening to report that her beagle had been standing against the wall that faces the Yamamoto property, laughing in perfect synchronization with Mochi. When our field team arrived to investigate, they discovered that 5 additional dogs within a 4-block radius were all displaying identical behavior patterns, all facing walls that oriented them toward the Yamamoto residence. Later that night, more calls flooded our emergency lines from across Pine Valley. The synchronized laughter had spread to encompass an estimated 47 animals across a 6-mile area. One dispatcher described the sound as like an audience applauding something wonderful that only they could see. But the most unsettling aspect emerged when several owners reported that their dogs would pause mid-laugh to look directly at them with what multiple witnesses described as knowing expressions, as if the animals were trying to share some incredible secret. Dr. Reeves contacted me directly Thursday morning with a report that chilled me to my core. She had been conducting overnight observations of the animals in our quarantine facilities when every single affected animal began laughing simultaneously at 2:33 a.m. The sound, she said, was deafening. But what frightened her most was that the animals were all facing the same direction, toward the facility's eastern wall. When security cameras were checked, that wall showed no anomalies. However, infrared imaging revealed temperature fluctuations in a pattern that resembled what Dr. Reeves described as breathing. The Garcia family in Clear Creek provided perhaps the most disturbing account yet. Their Maine Coon cat, Princess, had been demonstrating the wall laughter behavior for 3 days when 8-year-old Sofia Garcia approached the animal during one of its episodes. According to Rosa Garcia, Princess stopped laughing immediately, turned to look at Sofia, and began purring. Then, while maintaining eye contact with the child, Princess resumed laughing but directed the sound toward Sofia instead of the wall. Rosa said her daughter's expression changed completely, becoming what she described as too old, like she suddenly understood something terrible. Sofia has not spoken since that incident, though she continues to smile constantly and has been found standing against the same wall where Princess was laughing. We have identified 4 distinct stages in the wall laughter progression. Stage 1 typically begins with the animal positioning itself against an interior wall, usually during nighttime hours. The positioning appears deliberate and purposeful, with the animal often refusing food or water to maintain its vigil. Stage 2 involves the onset of the laughter itself, which witnesses consistently describe as unnaturally human-like and often reminiscent of deceased family members or close friends. The laughter occurs in patterns, usually lasting 60 to 90 seconds with breaks of 15 to 20 minutes. Stage 3 is characterized by the synchronization I mentioned in the Pine Valley case. Animals within increasingly large geographic areas begin laughing in unison, all facing walls that orient them toward a central location. Our mapping team has identified 7 separate synchronization clusters across 3 counties, each centered on an initial case like the Yamamoto residence. Stage 4, which we are just beginning to document, involves what Dr. Reeves terms audience integration. The affected animals begin including nearby humans in their laughter performances, displaying awareness and intentionality that contradicts everything we understand about animal cognition. If you observe your pet exhibiting wall laughter behavior, do not attempt to physically redirect or restrain the animal. Our case studies show that forced interruption often triggers immediate progression to stage 4. Instead, evacuate all children from the immediate area and maintain a minimum distance of 12 feet from the laughing animal. Do not make direct eye contact during laughter episodes, as multiple witnesses report that this seems to invite the audience integration behavior I described. Contact our emergency hotline immediately, but do not remain in the same room as the affected animal while making the call. If the laughter stops suddenly and the animal turns to look at you, leave the area immediately and do not return until our response team arrives. Under no circumstances should you attempt to position yourself where the animal was facing the wall. 7 families have reported severe psychological disturbances after family members occupied these locations. Colonel Sarah Mitchell provided an update this morning regarding our containment efforts. The quarantine facilities that performed effectively during the shadow watching phase are now experiencing what she terms coordinated behavioral events. Animals in separate containment units are displaying synchronized laughter despite being housed in electromagnetically shielded, isolated chambers. Her preliminary assessment suggests that whatever is triggering these behaviors operates beyond our current understanding of animal communication or sensory perception. Agent David Cross has requested additional resources from his task force, specifically requesting consultation with specialists in what he termed unconventional phenomena. His field reports indicate that affected animals demonstrate awareness of observation equipment, often modifying their behavior when certain recording devices are present. This suggests a level of intelligence and strategic thinking that our current animal behavior models cannot explain. Dr. Heinrich Poof was briefly investigated yesterday after neighbors reported strange mechanical sounds from his property coinciding with the Pine Valley synchronization event. However, our team determined that his homemade pet attitude adjuster Mark 7 was completely unrelated to the outbreak. Dr. Poof's device, funded through his wife Martha's inheritance, appears to be nothing more than an elaborate combination of industrial fans and electromagnetic coils that has no effect on animal behavior whatsoever. The patterns we documented in 2007 are completely broken. What took weeks to develop 17 years ago is now occurring in days. The geographic spread is exponentially faster, and the behaviors themselves are more complex and seemingly purposeful. Most concerning is the integration of human family members into the animal's performances. This represents an entirely new category of interaction that I have no precedent for understanding. I must emphasize that the laughter, while disturbing to witness, appears to be serving a communicative function we do not yet comprehend. The animals are not exhibiting signs of distress or illness during these episodes. If anything, they appear to be experiencing what can only be described as euphoria. This raises the deeply troubling possibility that the laughter represents a positive response to whatever they are perceiving beyond those walls. Our facilities are reporting the first signs of structural stress. The constant, synchronized vocalizations are creating acoustic pressures that our containment systems were not designed to handle. Dr. Reeves has recommended reducing the number of animals per facility to prevent what she fears could be catastrophic resonance effects. We are implementing these measures immediately, but our capacity to house affected animals is becoming critically limited. If your pet begins laughing at walls, remember that silence is the most dangerous sign of all. When the laughter stops, something else begins. This broadcast will repeat every 4 hours on all emergency frequencies. Stay vigilant, stay separated, and whatever you do, do not look at what your dog sees in those walls. This is Dr. Marcus Calder from the Emergency Coordination Center. Please listen closely and follow these instructions. This is not a drill. If your dog starts laughing with other dogs, immediate action is required. The situation has escalated beyond our initial projections. As of this morning, July 18th, 2024, we are documenting coordinated behavioral anomalies across multiple pets separated by distances that should make communication impossible. What we observed in isolated cases just 48 hours ago is now manifesting as synchronized activity between animals that have never met, living in completely separate locations. I want to be clear about something. In my 17 years of research following the 2007 events, we documented specific patterns of animal behavior during what we now call harvest cycles. Those patterns followed predictable stages, occurred within expected time frames, and affected specific bloodlines we had carefully cataloged. What we are seeing now defies every model we built from that data. These animals are not just responding to the same stimulus, they are actively coordinating with each other across impossible distances. The first multi-animal incident was reported yesterday at 3:17 a.m. by the Yamamoto family in Pine Valley. Kenji Yamamoto called our emergency line to report that his 3-year-old Shiba Inu, Mochi, had begun what he described as laughing in harmony with invisible friends. When our field coordinator asked him to clarify, Yamamoto said his dog was sitting in their living room, facing the north wall, producing the distinctive euphoric laughter we documented in yesterday's briefing. But Mochi would pause, as if listening, then resume laughing in a different rhythm. Yamamoto said it sounded like his dog was taking turns in a conversation. 20 minutes later, we received identical reports from families living 8 miles north, 4 miles east, and 12 miles south of the Yamamoto residence. All of their dogs were facing the same direction, laughing in the same rhythmic pattern, pausing at the same intervals. Mrs. Chen, whose border collie was participating from the east location, described it as, like they were all in the same room together, but we can't see the other dogs. When we asked families to move their pets to different rooms, the animals would reorient themselves, always maintaining the same directional facing, always keeping the same rhythmic pattern. Dr. Jennifer Reeves from Quarantine Facility Alpha contacted me this morning with a report that shook me to my core. She said that at approximately 3:15 a.m., just 2 minutes before the Yamamoto incident, every dog in their containment facility had simultaneously moved to the north walls of their individual isolation chambers. These are animals that have been separated for weeks, held in soundproof chambers designed to prevent any form of communication. Yet all 37 dogs began laughing together in perfect synchronization. Dr. Reeves tried to break the pattern by activating the electromagnetic interference protocols we developed after 2007. The laughter continued uninterrupted. She tried audio disruption, light pattern changes, even temperature fluctuations. Nothing affected the behavior. She said the most disturbing part was that the dogs seemed aware of her attempts to interfere. They would turn and look at her during her interventions, still laughing, with expressions she described as patient amusement, like they were, waiting for me to understand something obvious. Later that morning, we received a call that made our worst fears reality. The Henderson family, who first reported shadow-watching behavior 5 days ago, had disappeared from their Millbrook County home. Their neighbor, Mrs. Patterson, called police when she noticed their front door standing open since dawn. Officers found clear signs of hasty departure, breakfast still on the table, car still in the driveway, but no signs of struggle or forced entry. Their golden retriever, Rusty, was gone as well. The only unusual detail was that every mirror in the house had been covered with bed sheets, and the word "together" was written in condensation on the bathroom mirror. What makes this case critical to our current understanding is what Mrs. Patterson told investigators. She said that around 11 p.m. the previous night, she had heard dogs laughing from the Henderson yard. She looked out her window and saw Rusty sitting by their fence, appearing to laugh toward her house. Mrs. Patterson's own dog, a beagle named Charlie, was at that moment sitting by her fence, facing toward the Henderson yard, laughing in response. She said it looked like they were sharing a private joke across the fence. Mrs. Patterson became concerned and brought Charlie inside, but he immediately ran to the north-facing window and resumed the laughing pattern. She said the sound was wrong. Too much joy for an animal, too intentional for normal dog behavior. Around midnight, both dogs stopped laughing simultaneously, and the neighborhood fell completely silent. Mrs. Patterson said the silence felt heavy, like something big had just been decided. The pattern is spreading faster than we projected. Colonel Sarah Mitchell contacted me this morning requesting immediate backup resources. She said our standard containment protocols are failing because the affected animals are no longer acting as individuals. They're functioning as nodes in some kind of network that operates beyond our understanding of animal communication. Agent David Cross from the Federal Task Force provided an update that confirms our darkest suspicions. His teams have documented coordinated incidents across 7 counties, all following the same pattern. Families with laughing dogs receive visits from other families with laughing dogs. These visits happen during overnight hours, with entire families leaving their homes together, bringing their pets, and walking in organized groups toward rural areas. Security cameras show these processions moving in perfect formation, adults and children walking with unusual precision, dogs maintaining the same directional orientation throughout their movement. We have gathered data on the behavioral progression we are now observing. Stage 1 begins with what we're calling the gathering call. Dogs in a geographical area beginning synchronized laughter patterns while facing the same direction. This typically occurs between 3 and 4 a.m. and lasts for approximately 45 minutes. During this stage, pets cannot be distracted from their participation and show no response to food, toys, or human interaction. Stage 2 involves proximity seeking. Families report an overwhelming compulsion to bring their laughing dog outside, often describing feelings of needing to find the others or complete the circle. Affected families describe this compulsion as protective rather than threatening. They feel their dog needs to be with the other laughing dogs for safety reasons they cannot explain logically. Stage 3 is convergence. Multiple families with affected pets meet at predetermined gathering points, usually open areas like parks, fields, or parking lots. Witnesses describe these gatherings as eerily organized, with families arranging themselves in specific patterns while their dogs continue synchronized laughter. The human participants report feeling calm and purposeful during these events, describing the experience as finally understanding what our dogs have been trying to tell us. Stage 4 is departure. Entire groups, families and pets together, begin walking toward rural or wooded areas. They move in organized formations, maintaining specific spacing between groups, with dogs leading the direction of travel. Security footage shows these processions moving at exactly the same walking pace, stopping simultaneously for rest breaks, and resuming movement with precision that suggests external coordination. Based on current evidence, I am issuing the following emergency safety protocols. If your dog begins laughing in the pattern we have described, do not bring them outside under any circumstances. The compulsion to take your pet to meet other affected animals will feel natural and protective, but you must resist this impulse. Families who have participated in gathering events have not returned to their homes. Secure all exits from your house and ensure that other family members understand they should not open doors or windows for any reason during overnight hours. Affected families report that the compulsion to join gathering events feels like an urgent need to protect their pet, but resisting this compulsion is critical for your safety. Do not attempt to drive to check on neighbors or friends whose dogs may be exhibiting these behaviors. Our tracking data shows that families who leave their homes to investigate nearby incidents become participants in the gathering events and do not return. Colonel Mitchell has confirmed that vehicular access to rural areas is being restricted to prevent civilian involvement in these organized departures. If you hear multiple dogs laughing in your neighborhood during overnight hours, remain inside and contact our emergency line immediately. Do not look outside or attempt to observe gathering activities. Witnesses report that observing these events creates a compulsion to participate, especially among pet owners. Our quarantine facilities are implementing emergency protocols as coordinated raids by affected groups have successfully breached 3 installations in the past 24 hours. Dr. Reeves reported that the raiders moved with military precision, opening specific containment chambers while leaving others untouched. Security footage shows families with their pets walking directly to chambers holding animals that had exhibited compatible laughter patterns. These raids resulted in the release of 43 contained animals, all of whom departed with raiding groups toward unknown destinations. The coordination we are documenting suggests that whatever triggered the current harvest cycle has evolved beyond our 2007 understanding. Local inventor Dr. Heinrich Poof was briefly investigated after reports of unusual electromagnetic readings from his backyard workshop, but his homemade pet attitude adjuster, Mark 7, has been determined completely unrelated to current events. Dr. Poof continues to insist his device will restore normal pet happiness levels, apparently unaware that happiness is precisely what we are trying to prevent. Colonel Mitchell's latest briefing confirms our worst-case scenario. The affected animals and their families are not acting under distress or coercion. They are participating willingly in organized activities that serve purposes we do not understand. Military intervention has proven ineffective because the targets do not resist or attempt to escape. They simply wait patiently for interference to stop, then resume their coordinated behaviors. This is no longer a containment operation. Whatever called them during the 2007 harvest cycle has learned from our 17 years of preparation. It has adapted its approach to account for our quarantine protocols, our tracking systems, and our understanding of the phenomenon. The affected animals are not trying to escape from us. They are trying to collect the pets we saved from the original harvest. I need you to understand that the families participating in these gathering events are not victims in the traditional sense. They report feeling purposeful and protected while participating. They describe their pets as finally being able to fulfill important responsibilities that have been delayed for too long. This suggests that whatever intelligence is orchestrating these events has found a way to make cooperation feel like protection rather than predation. The Henderson family represented our best hope for understanding the individual family experience, and their voluntary departure confirms that traditional rescue operations will not be effective. Families are choosing to participate because their pets have convinced them that participation serves their best interests. Stay inside during overnight hours. Do not investigate sounds of multiple dogs laughing. Do not attempt to reunite with neighbors whose pets are exhibiting coordinated behaviors. And remember, if your dog starts laughing with other dogs, the safest thing you can do is nothing at all. This message will repeat every hour until further notice. Whatever is gathering them together has been patient for 17 years. Do not give it any more time to find you. This is Dr. Marcus Calder from the Emergency Coordination Center. Please listen closely and follow these instructions. This is not a drill. If your dog starts barking in reverse, leave the room immediately. I've been broadcasting warnings for 17 days now, and I need you to understand something. What we're dealing with has moved beyond anything I documented in 2007. The animals aren't just infected anymore, they're being called home, and time itself is bending around their voices. 3 hours ago, Colonel Mitchell recommended full civilian evacuation from all quarantine zones. We've lost control of the situation. The reports started filtering in yesterday morning around 4:30 a.m. Emergency dispatch in Clear Creek received the first call from Rosa Garcia, whose 8-year-old Maine Coon had been exhibiting the wall laughter symptoms for 6 days. Rosa called in tears, saying Princess was barking like a dog, but the sounds were coming out backwards. Not just reversed audio, you understand? The animal was somehow producing vocalizations that arrived before they left her throat. When Rosa played me the recording 40 minutes ago, I heard my own voice echoing from 3 hours in the future, warning about something called Operation Homecoming. I haven't issued any warning about Operation Homecoming. I don't know what Operation Homecoming is. The second incident occurred at Quarantine Facility Beta at 6:15 a.m. Technician Mike Torres had been monitoring the overnight behavior logs when every animal in the facility began producing what he described as time loop growls. The security footage shows the animals opening their mouths, but the sounds emerge from the speakers 30 seconds before their jaws move. Mike called Dr. Reeves in Building C, but Jennifer's been missing since the overnight raid. The audio equipment registered sound waves traveling backwards through the ventilation system. Mike evacuated at 6:47 a.m. The facility is now empty except for 63 animals producing warnings about events that haven't happened yet. Let me be absolutely clear about what we're seeing across all affected zones. The reverse vocalizations aren't random. They're coherent warnings delivered in temporal reverse order. A family in Millbrook County reported their golden retriever barking a countdown that ended yesterday morning, but started 3 days from now. Another household documented their cat meowing the phrase, "They're almost home," continuously for 6 hours, but each repetition arrived 17 minutes before the previous one. The animals are experiencing time differently now, and they're trying to warn us about something that's already happened in their timeline. Dr. Patricia Wong managed to get one final transmission from Facility Gamma before we lost contact. She said the animals were all facing southeast and producing harmonized reverse barking that created standing wave patterns in the air. Quote, "Doctor. Calder, they're not making sounds anymore. They're unmaking them. The acoustic patterns are subtracting silence from reality." That transmission came in at 9:22 a.m. The timestamp on her workstation showed 3:47 p.m. tomorrow. Patricia's been missing for 14 hours now, but her equipment is still receiving her own voice explaining procedures she hasn't performed yet. The Yamamoto family in Pine Valley called in their final report around noon. Their Shiba Inu Mochi had been coordinating with other dogs since last week, but now the coordination was happening in reverse sequence. Kenji described watching Mochi respond to commands from other dogs before those dogs barked them. The family tried to leave their house at 12:30 p.m., but Mochi began producing what Kenji called future barks, vocalizations that described the family's actions 20 minutes before they performed them. Their neighbor found the house empty at 3 p.m., but the reverse barking continued from the basement until 4:15 p.m. There were no animals in the basement. The sounds were coming from tomorrow. Later that afternoon, Agent Cross attempted to coordinate a facility raid with military backup from Colonel Mitchell's unit. David's last transmission came through at 5:40 p.m., but the timestamp corruption means we're not sure when he actually sent it. The audio contains David describing the raid in reverse order, starting with screaming and ending with confident mission briefing. Between the reverse timeline and the interference, we can't determine if the mission succeeded, failed, or is still happening. Colonel Mitchell's response team reached the coordinates at 6:15 p.m. and found only David's radio, broadcasting his own voice reporting mission success from what the timestamp indicated was next Tuesday. The most disturbing case came from a family outside Clear Creek whose name I'm not authorized to release. Their rescue mutt began barking in perfect reverse chronological order, starting with high-pitched panic barks and gradually descending to calm whoops. But the emotional content was inverted. The panic barks sounded peaceful, and the calm whoops carried absolute terror. The family recorded 18 minutes of this before their daughter realized the dog was predicting their conversation backwards. Every bark corresponded to something they were about to say, but delivered in reverse order and reverse emotional context. The father said it was like watching their future selves having a conversation about something terrible, but only hearing their dog's emotional responses to words they hadn't spoken yet. Based on my analysis of 17 years of research and 4 days of temporal audio distortion, we've identified 3 distinct stages of reverse vocalization behavior. Stage 1 begins with simple temporal displacement. Your pet's barks or meows arriving fractionally before they open their mouth. This creates an echo effect where you hear the sound in stereo. Your pet appears to be responding to their own future vocalizations. This stage typically lasts between 30 minutes and 3 hours. Stage 2 involves coherent reverse communication. Your pet will begin producing vocalizations that correspond to future events in your household. They might bark about dinner before you've started cooking, or meow about visitors before anyone arrives. The emotional content of these vocalizations will be inverted. They'll sound happy when warning about danger, and distressed when predicting positive events. During Stage 2, which can last anywhere from 6 hours to 2 days, your pet is experiencing your shared timeline in reverse order. Stage 3 is full temporal severance. Your pet begins producing vocalizations from multiple timeline segments simultaneously. You'll hear past, present, and future barks overlapping in impossible harmonies. Their physical body exists in your current moment, but their vocal expressions are scattered across weeks or months of subjective time. Dr. Wong's final notes suggested the animals achieve complete temporal omniscience during Stage 3. They can predict and respond to events that exist in probability space rather than actual occurrence. This is the stage where the reverse barking begins to affect local reality instead of just reflecting it. If you observe any reverse vocalization behavior from your pet, you must immediately leave the room without saying anything. The temporal audio distortion can create causality loops where your response to future barks influences past barks, trapping you in recursive conversation with tomorrow's version of your pet. Do not attempt to record the phenomenon. Electronic equipment amplifies the temporal displacement and can trap you in audio time loops lasting hours or days. Move to a room with no shared walls or ventilation with your pet's location. The reverse barking can propagate through building infrastructure and affect anyone within acoustic range. Close all doors between yourself and the affected animal. Do not attempt rescue or comfort. Your pet is experiencing temporal separation, and your presence creates additional timeline stress that worsens their condition. If you hear your own voice among the reverse vocalizations, evacuate the building immediately. This indicates you've become temporally synchronized with your pet's displaced timeline. Extended exposure can cause permanent chronological displacement in humans. Do not attempt to respond to or correct anything you hear your future self saying. Contact emergency services from outside the building and report temporal audio contamination. Under no circumstances should you approach other households reporting similar phenomena. The reverse barking creates interference patterns when multiple affected animals are in proximity. Colonel Mitchell's reconnaissance team documented harmonized reverse barking from 6 different houses on Maple Street, creating a standing wave that trapped emergency responders in a 30-minute causality loop. The responders experienced the same rescue attempt 47 times before the audio interference subsided. I need to tell you something about the broader situation. The quarantine facilities we've maintained since 2007 are being systematically breached by coordinated human assault teams. These aren't normal people. They move wrong, and they understand how to manipulate the temporal audio distortions to their advantage. Agent Cross's final transmission before we lost contact contained reversed audio of his own voice describing military tactics that haven't been developed yet. The assault teams appear to be using the infected animal's temporal displacement to coordinate attacks across multiple time streams simultaneously. They breach facilities in the present, while their actions are predicted and countered by security responses that haven't happened yet. Colonel Mitchell reported engagement with hostiles who were responding to his tactical decisions before he made them. The quarantine system wasn't just designed to contain infected animals. It was built to prevent exactly this type of coordinated reclamation effort. Every facility from Alpha through Gamma has been compromised or evacuated. Dr. Reeves, Dr. Wong, Technician Torres, and 18 other staff members remain unaccounted for. The assault teams appear specifically interested in recovering animals that were quarantined from the 2007 incident, but they're also claiming newly infected pets that match specific behavioral profiles. We believe they're completing some kind of collection protocol that was interrupted 17 years ago. The reverse barking phenomenon serves as both communication system and temporal manipulation tool for the assault teams. They can coordinate across past and future time streams to ensure mission success regardless of our defensive measures. This is why I'm recommending immediate civilian evacuation from all quarantine zones. We cannot protect you from opponents who attack from multiple points in time simultaneously. I've been wrong about everything. The 2007 events weren't contained. The quarantine system wasn't protection. It was bait. The government didn't save those animals. We were keeping them fresh until the real harvest began. And now that harvest is happening 17 years ahead of schedule, with capabilities that defy everything I understand about linear time and animal behavior. The reverse barking isn't a symptom of infection. It's the sound of time breaking down around something that should never have been delayed this long. Something called them in 2007, and we interfered. Now it's calling them home with interest, and the debt includes anyone who tried to prevent the original collection. This message will repeat every 15 minutes on all emergency frequencies until central communication is severed. If you stop hearing these broadcasts, assume Operation Homecoming has reached your area. The silence will tell you everything you need to know. Stay away from your pets. Stay away from your neighbor's pets. Stay away from anywhere you hear barking that arrives before the bark begins. God help us all. This is Dr. Marcus Calder from the Emergency Coordination Center. Please listen closely and follow these instructions. This is not a drill. If your pet starts whispering at night, do not respond. As of this morning, July 28, 2024, I am issuing what may be our final emergency broadcast regarding the animal behavior crisis. After 17 years of maintaining quarantine protocols, after decades of research, after everything we thought we understood about the 2007 events, I must report that we have failed completely. The government quarantine system has been surrendered. All facilities have been evacuated or overrun. What began 3 weeks ago as isolated incidents of unusual pet behavior has escalated into something that defies every assumption we held about containing this phenomenon. The pets are speaking now. Not barking, not meowing, but forming human words with vocal cords that were never designed for human speech. The sound is wrong in ways that will haunt you. When a golden retriever looks at you and says, "Mommy, why did you let them take me away?" In a voice that creaks and rasps because dogs cannot make those sounds, you understand that we are dealing with something far beyond our comprehension. These are not your pets anymore. Whatever intelligence speaks through them knows things it should not know, sees things that are not there, and remembers things that have not yet happened. Over the past 72 hours, reports of pets producing human speech have flooded our emergency lines from every affected region. Unlike the previous stages we documented, this whispering phenomenon appears to be the culmination point, the final stage of whatever process has been unfolding since that terrible cry emerged from deep within the earth. The calls have since stopped coming, not because the situation has improved, but because the families are no longer available to make them. A woman named Rosa Garcia in Clear Creek was among the last civilians to maintain contact with our emergency services. She had been reporting on her 8-year-old Maine Coon, Princess, since the wall-laughing phase began 2 weeks ago. Rosa called us at 11:47 p.m. on July 26th in a state of barely controlled terror. She said Princess had been sitting in the hallway outside her teenage daughter's bedroom for 3 hours, perfectly still, staring at the closed door. Then Princess began to speak. Not meowing, but producing careful, deliberate human words in a voice that Rosa described as like someone trying to talk through a broken windpipe. The cat had said, "Rosa, your daughter is not in her room." When Rosa protested that she had seen her daughter go to bed, Princess tilted her head and replied, "Check the closet. She's been there since Thursday." Rosa's daughter had indeed been missing since Thursday. She had been calling in sick to school, but Rosa realized she had not actually seen her daughter's face in 4 days. only heard her voice through the bedroom door. Rosa found her daughter's clothes arranged in her bed to simulate a sleeping form. In the closet, she discovered evidence that someone had been living there, someone who knew details about their family that no stranger should possess. The last thing Rosa reported before her phone went dead was Princess saying, "She is still here, Rosa. She is learning to be your daughter better than your daughter ever was." In another case from Pine Valley, a family with 3 dogs reported what they initially believed was a home invasion. The father, Michael Chen, called 911 at 2:33 a.m. to report that someone was in their house speaking in whispers. When police arrived, they found no signs of forced entry, no evidence of an intruder, but all 3 family dogs sitting in perfect formation in the living room, staring at the officers. As the police questioned the family, one of the dogs, a beagle named Scout, said in a small, strained voice, "Officer Martinez, your wife Sarah knows about the money you took from evidence lockup." Officer Martinez later confirmed that no one outside of Internal Affairs should have known about an ongoing investigation into missing evidence funds. The Chen family was evacuated, but by the time backup units arrived, the house was empty. Neighbors reported hearing what sounded like an entire family laughing together in perfect harmony, a sound that continued for hours after the house had been confirmed vacant. The most disturbing case came from Millbrook County, where the Henderson family's golden retriever Rusty had been exhibiting behavioral changes since the beginning of this crisis. Tom Henderson made a final call to our emergency line at 4:15 a.m. on July 27th. He was whispering into the phone, explaining that Rusty had been sitting at the foot of their bed for 6 hours, speaking in a voice that sounded exactly like Tom's deceased father. Rusty was recounting specific conversations between Tom and his father from 30 years ago, conversations that had taken place before Rusty was even born. The dog was explaining family secrets, revealing the location of hidden assets, and describing how Tom's father had died in detail that Tom had never shared with anyone. But what terrified Tom most was when Rusty began describing things his father could never have known. Events that happened after his death, people Tom would meet years later, conversations Tom would have with his own children. The last thing Rusty said before Tom's phone call ended was, "Tommy, I need you to come outside now. There are people waiting for you who understand what needs to happen next." Dr. Jennifer Reeves at Quarantine Facility Alpha sent her final report 3 days ago before all communication with our remaining facilities ceased. She documented that every animal in containment had begun producing human speech simultaneously at exactly 3:33 a.m. Not random words or mimicked phrases, but coordinated conversations in multiple languages, discussing topics ranging from nuclear physics to personal details about facility staff members' private lives. The animals knew things about Dr. Reeves's childhood that she had never told anyone, spoke about research projects that were classified beyond their security clearance, and described in precise detail the layout of other quarantine facilities they had never visited. Most disturbing was when the animals began speaking as deceased family members of the staff, using intimate nicknames and recounting shared memories that proved their authenticity. Dr. Reeves's final report stated that the animals were not being controlled or possessed, but were being spoken through by intelligences that had access to information that transcended normal reality. Based on 17 years of research spanning both the 2007 events and our current crisis, I can now identify 4 distinct stages of this whispering phenomenon. The first stage begins with whispered warnings. Your pet will speak in a voice that approximates a family member, often someone deceased, offering protective advice. Don't answer the door. Stay away from the basement. Lock your bedroom tonight. These warnings are genuine and should be heeded, as they often precede dangerous encounters with infected humans seeking to reclaim pets that should have been taken years ago. The second stage involves impossible knowledge. Your pet will begin demonstrating awareness of information they could not possibly possess. They may reveal hidden aspects of your personal history, describe events that occurred before they were born, or predict future occurrences with disturbing accuracy. This stage typically lasts 24 to 48 hours and indicates that whatever intelligence speaks through your pet has access to information sources beyond normal perception. The third stage presents reality distortion. Your pet will begin describing things that are not visible to human senses, but which may in fact be present. They may warn you about the man standing behind you when you are alone, describe rooms in your house that do not exist, or explain how your family members are not quite right today. During this stage, trust your pet's warnings implicitly, as they are perceiving threats that your senses cannot detect. The final stage is identification replacement. Your pet will begin speaking as if they are family members, claiming to be your spouse, your children, or your parents. They will insist that the real family members are somewhere else, that impostors have taken their place, or that reality itself has shifted in ways that only they can perceive. This stage indicates that the process is complete and that intervention is no longer possible. If your pet begins whispering, do not attempt to engage in conversation. Do not ask questions, do not respond to their statements, and absolutely do not follow any instructions they provide during the final stage. Leave your home immediately and do not return, even if the whispering stops. Do not take your pet with you. Do not attempt to bring other family members who insist they cannot leave their pets behind. The entity speaking through your pet is not your pet, and the family members refusing to abandon their pets may not be your family members either. Do not trust anyone who claims they can help you remove your pet safely. Over the past week, we have received numerous reports of individuals claiming to be government agents or animal control specialists offering to extract pets from affected households. These individuals are not affiliated with any government agency. They move with an unnatural precision, speak with perfect knowledge of your personal situation, and their primary goal appears to be reuniting affected pets with infected humans who have been living in wilderness areas since 2007. Colonel Sarah Mitchell's final transmission confirmed that these false officials are operating with coordinated intelligence and supernatural capabilities that render conventional law enforcement ineffective. Our quarantine facilities have been evacuated not because we were overrun by force, but because we made the decision to minimize casualties by surrendering the contained animals voluntarily. The infected humans seeking to reclaim these pets demonstrated a willingness to kill any number of facility staff members to achieve their objective. After losing contact with Dr. Reeves and 37 other specialized personnel, the decision was made to open all containment units and allow the affected animals to be taken peacefully. The quarantine system that protected us for 17 years is gone. Agent David Cross was our final field operative, and his last transmission came from the abandoned town of Silverbrook, where several affected families had reportedly fled with their pets. The transmission lasted 43 seconds and consisted primarily of screaming, punctuated by what sounded like dozens of animals laughing in perfect synchronization. The audio ended with a voice that matched Agent Cross's saying, "Dr. Calder, this is Agent Cross reporting mission success. All families have been reunited with their designated companions. Please discontinue search and rescue operations in this area." The transmission came 6 hours after Agent Cross had been declared missing, following his vehicle being found empty with the engine still running. We briefly investigated local inventor Dr. Heinrich Poof, whose backyard experiments with homemade electromagnetic devices had prompted neighbor complaints throughout this crisis. As authorities conducted final evacuations of his neighborhood yesterday, Dr. Poof was found in his workshop, completely unaware of the surrounding emergency, still attempting to fine-tune what he called his pet attitude adjuster Mark 7. His device, powered by his late wife's inheritance and cobbled together from Radio Shack components, has proven entirely unrelated to any aspect of our current situation. Dr. Poof was evacuated along with his contraption, still insisting that his invention would revolutionize pet training once he resolved the frequency calibration issues. I must now share what I believe to be the truth about our situation, though it contradicts everything I understood about the 2007 events. The harvest cycle was never about taking pets randomly. It was about collecting specific bloodlines for purposes we still do not comprehend. Our quarantine system interrupted that process by containing the targeted animals, but we did not stop it. We merely delayed it while the entity behind these events adapted its approach. The cry that emerged from deep within the earth 3 weeks ago was not random. It was a summoning call directed at the pets we thought we had saved, and the humans who had been changed during the 2007 events. Those infected humans have been living in wilderness areas for 17 years, maintaining just enough of their original personalities to avoid detection, while serving as caretakers for something that required specific animal bloodlines to complete an objective we were never meant to understand. The expanded targeting we have observed, the pets being taken from families who were not affected in 2007, represents an adaptation strategy. If the entity cannot retrieve the original bloodlines, it will settle for suitable alternatives while ensuring the process cannot be interrupted again. The whispering phase is not just the final stage of pet corruption. It is a communication system designed to facilitate the reunion process between affected animals and their designated human caretakers. The impossible knowledge your pets demonstrate comes from the same source that has been guiding the infected humans for 17 years. The reality distortions they describe are not hallucinations, but perception of a reality that exists parallel to our own, where the rules of physics and time operate differently. I was wrong about everything. We never contained the phenomenon. We never saved those animals. We simply forced it to wait and adapt while we remained ignorant of its true scope. The 2007 events were not an invasion or an infection. They were a harvest interrupted. And now, 17 years later, that harvest is being completed with an efficiency that demonstrates how thoroughly we were outmaneuvered by an intelligence we never understood. This broadcast is being transmitted on all emergency frequencies and will repeat every hour until our power systems are shut down. If you are hearing this message and your pet has not yet begun whispering, leave your home immediately and head for the designated safe zones established in major metropolitan areas. Do not wait for official evacuation orders. Do not attempt to bring pets with you. Do not trust anyone who insists they cannot leave their pets behind. If your pet has begun whispering, it is too late for evacuation. You are being prepared for integration with a system that has been operating in parallel to our world for 17 years. Your pet is not speaking to you. It is speaking through you to confirm that the process is complete. God help us all. This is Dr. Marcus Calder signing off from the Emergency Coordination Center, which will cease operations at dawn. To anyone who survives what comes next, remember that we tried to warn you, and we failed because we never understood what we were truly fighting. This message will repeat until transmission ends. If you see a golden retriever in your bedroom at 11:47 p.m., do not acknowledge it. Do not make eye contact. Do not smile back. This is Marcus Webb, Emergency Broadcast Coordinator. It's been 4 months since the smiling sickness ended, and I thought we were done documenting impossible things for a living. I was wrong. What I'm about to tell you breaks every pattern we've documented over the past 17 years. This isn't following the 40-year cycle. This isn't targeting bloodlines, and it's not waiting for permission. Here's what we know. Starting 3 nights ago, families across the tri-state area have reported the same phenomenon. A golden retriever appears in bedrooms at exactly 11:47 p.m. Always the same dog. Always smiling. Always laughing with a child's voice. Here's what we don't know. How it's getting inside locked houses. Why it's targeting people who weren't affected by previous cycles. And why every single person who's encountered it describes the same thing. They recognize the dog from somewhere, even if they've never owned one. Let me tell you about the Morrison family first. Then we'll get to what happened when I decided to witness this thing myself. Emma Morrison is 12 years old, lives on Sycamore Street with her parents, David and Karen. No pets. Never had pets. David's grandfather was James Morrison, one of the 2007 Harvest cases, but Emma wasn't supposed to be a target. The bloodline connection should have ended with her grandfather's disappearance. Tuesday night, 11:47 p.m. exactly. Emma's doing homework at her desk when she notices something outside her second-floor window. A golden retriever sitting on the lawn, looking up at her, just sitting there, smiling. She told her parents later that the smile looked wrong, too wide, too knowing, like the dog was sharing a joke she didn't understand yet. Emma blinked, looked away for maybe 2 seconds to check her clock, 11:47 p.m., and when she looked back, the dog was gone. She figured she'd imagined it. Stress from school, maybe. Her parents had been acting strange lately, checking locks twice, keeping the news turned down low. She went back to her math homework. Fractions, simple stuff, but the numbers kept swimming around on the page and she kept thinking about that smile, about how familiar it looked. At 11:52 p.m., she heard breathing behind her. Not human breathing, dog breathing. That soft panting sound, but rhythmic, deliberate, like it was trying to match her own breathing pattern. Emma turned around slowly. The golden retriever was sitting on her bed, head tilted, still smiling, still staring at her with those dark, knowing eyes. "How did you get in here?" she whispered. The dog's smile widened. Then it laughed. Not barked. Laughed. With a child's voice. High and delighted, like someone had just told the best joke in the world. The laugh went on for maybe 10 seconds, then faded into that rhythmic panting. Emma wanted to scream, wanted to run, but something about the dog's expression stopped her. It looked sad, lonely, like it had been waiting a very long time to see her. "I know you," she said, though she couldn't explain why. The dog nodded, actually nodded, like it understood every word. Emma's parents found her the next morning standing in their backyard at 3 a.m., eyes closed, walking slowly toward the tree line. She was barefoot, wearing only her pajamas, but she wasn't cold. When they shook her awake, she had no memory of leaving her room, but she did have something new. A drawing. I've seen the drawing. Emma's mother brought it to me yesterday, along with 17 others just like it from families across 3 counties. All drawn by children who encountered the golden retriever, all showing the same thing. A circle of children standing in a mountain clearing, eyes closed, hands at their sides. In the center of the circle, something tall and dark that the children couldn't quite capture on paper. Emma drew it as a tree, but the branches look more like reaching fingers. Other kids drew it as a person, but the proportions are all wrong. Too tall, too many joints. And in every single drawing, sitting at the base of that central figure, is the same golden retriever. Smiling. Here's what's different about this phenomenon. The dog isn't taking people. It's borrowing them. Every child who's encountered it reports the same experience. They close their eyes, and suddenly they're somewhere else. A place that feels like dreaming, but more real than waking. They can see other children there, all standing in that circle, all learning something they can't quite remember when they wake up. The children aren't distressed by these experiences. That's what worries me most. They describe the place as peaceful, safe. They say the tall figure teaches them things. How to see with their eyes closed, how to make flowers bloom in winter, how to convince water to flow upward. Emma Morrison drew 17 other children in her picture. I've identified 12 of them from missing person reports dating back to 2007 and 2024. Children who were supposed to be gone forever. But they're not gone. They're somewhere else, and the golden retriever is their messenger. The Hernandez family on Oak Street had their encounter Wednesday night. Same time, same pattern, but with a twist. Their 6-year-old son Miguel doesn't just draw pictures after his visits. He talks. In languages he's never heard before. Miguel's mother, Rosa, called me yesterday morning in tears. Marcus, he's speaking what sounds like German, fluent German, but he's also saying things in what my neighbor thinks might be Russian. And Miguel Miguel has never been outside our neighborhood. When I visited their house, Miguel showed me his drawing. Same mountain clearing, same circle of children, same central figure. But he'd added something the other kids hadn't. Words scattered around the edges of the paper in different alphabets. When I asked him what they meant, he looked confused. "I don't know," he said in perfect English. "They just feel important." Rosa translated what she could. The Spanish words said things like awakening, threshold, and remembering. But there were symbols that looked like they belonged in no earthly language at all. Miguel's father, Carlos, works night shift at the warehouse. He came home Thursday morning to find his son watering the garden with a hose that wasn't connected to anything. The water was flowing anyway, crystal clear, and every plant Miguel touched grew visibly taller. "The dog taught me how to ask water nicely," Miguel explained when his parents questioned him. "You have to think about what it wants to do anyway, and then just give it permission." Carlos turned off the main water line to the house. Miguel kept watering plants with disconnected hoses for another hour before he got bored and went inside for breakfast. That afternoon, every plant in their garden bloomed out of season. Roses in October, tulips that shouldn't exist in this climate, and in the center of their backyard, a tree that Rosa swears wasn't there the day before. A golden birch with leaves that shimmer like they're made of actual gold. Miguel calls it his homework tree. He sits under it every afternoon, talking to someone only he can see, learning things that make his parents sleep with their bedroom door locked. The third case I want to tell you about happened yesterday. The Nakamura family on Pine Ridge Road. Their daughter Yuki is 14, older than the other children, but she fits the pattern. Her grandmother was one of the 2024 disappearances during the final harvest phase. Yuki's encounter was different. The golden retriever didn't appear in her bedroom. It appeared in her bathroom mirror while she was brushing her teeth at 11:47 p.m. She told me this herself when I interviewed her this morning. Yuki's always been mature for her age, articulate, skeptical of anything that can't be measured or proven. But when she describes seeing that dog's reflection behind her own, her voice goes quiet and distant. "I thought I was hallucinating," she said. "Stress from midterms, you know." So I closed my eyes, counted to 10, opened them again. The dog was still there, but now it was sitting on the edge of the bathtub. Real, not just a reflection. Yuki's first instinct was to run, but when she turned around, the bathroom was empty. When she looked back at the mirror, the dog was still there, head tilted, watching her with patient curiosity. "It didn't feel threatening," she explained. "It felt like it was waiting for me to understand something obvious, like when a teacher is giving you a hint about the answer to a question you should already know." The dog in the mirror mouthed a single word. "Ready." Yuki found herself nodding before she could think about it. The moment she did, everything changed. She was standing in that mountain clearing, but it was daytime there. Warm sunlight, gentle breeze, the sound of children laughing somewhere in the distance. The tall figure in the center wasn't dark and reaching. It was made of light, shifting and beautiful, like Aurora Borealis given form. "I wasn't scared anymore," Yuki told me. "I felt like I was coming home to a place I'd never been but always known about." The golden retriever was there too, running through the clearing with a pack of other dogs, dogs of every breed and size, all of them with that same intelligent, knowing expression. They were playing with children, dozens of children, all of them laughing and practicing impossible things. A little girl showed Yuki how to make light bend around her fingers like ribbon. A boy about 10 years old was having a conversation with a tree that responded by growing fruit in the shape of letters, spelling out answers to questions Yuki couldn't hear. "How long was I there?" Yuki asked. "In the clearing?" It felt like hours. But when I opened my eyes, I was still standing in front of the bathroom mirror, and my electric toothbrush was still running. Maybe 3 seconds had passed in real time. But Yuki brought something back with her. She can see heat now, not with thermal imaging or special equipment, with her naked eyes, body heat, the warmth of electronics, the thermal signatures of animals moving in the dark. It doesn't hurt or overwhelm her. It's just another layer of information about the world she never had access to before. Her parents think it's a psychological reaction to stress, but I've tested it. Yuki can tell me which cars in a parking lot have been driven recently by looking at their heat signatures. She can spot warm-blooded animals hiding in complete darkness. She can tell if someone has a fever by glancing at them. The dog called it a gift, she said, a way to see the world more completely. It said all the children are getting gifts, different ones based on what they need to learn. I need to play you something. This was recorded 2 nights ago by Miguel Hernandez's parents. They set up an audio recorder in his bedroom after the watering incident. Listen to what they captured. That giggling. Rosa and Carlos recognized it immediately. It's Miguel's laugh from when he was 3 years old. Exactly the same pitch, the same rhythm, the same little hiccup at the end that he used to do when something really delighted him. But Miguel stopped laughing like that 2 years ago. His voice changed. Kids' voices do that. So how is a dog producing the exact sound of a laugh that shouldn't exist anymore? I found records from the 2007 harvest. The Henderson family owned a golden retriever named Rusty. Tom Henderson, his wife Sarah, and Rusty all disappeared during the final gathering phase. They walked into the mountains and never came back. But according to 17 different families, Rusty is still here. Still smiling, still laughing with voices that belong to children who are supposed to be gone. The question isn't how a dead dog is visiting bedrooms across 3 counties. The question is, what is it teaching our children while they sleep? And why do they all seem so eager to learn? Here's what you need to know to stay safe. The dog appears at 11:47 p.m. It can only enter your home if someone acknowledges its presence, makes eye contact, speaks to it, or smiles back. If you see it outside your window, look away immediately. Do not engage. If it's already inside, do not close your eyes for more than 3 seconds. The moment you do, it can borrow your consciousness, pull you into that other place. Keep your eyes open, back away slowly, and get to a room with multiple people. It seems to avoid groups. Most importantly, if your child starts drawing pictures of mountain clearings with circles of children, take them seriously. Don't dismiss it as imagination. These kids are seeing something real, and they're being prepared for something. I've been tracking the pattern. The dog visits each family 3 times. First visit, introduction. It shows itself, establishes contact, plants the seed. Second visit, invitation. It demonstrates its abilities, shows the child glimpses of the other place. Third visit. We don't know what happens on the 3rd visit yet, but based on the drawings, I think it's graduation day. Emma Morrison was scheduled for her 2nd visit last night. Her parents asked me to be there. I agreed, because I needed to see this thing for myself. What happened? Well, it changes everything I thought I understood about what's been happening in our region. I arrived at the Morrison house at 11:30 p.m. David and Karen were nervous, but trying to stay calm for Emma's sake. Emma herself seemed remarkably composed for a 12-year-old girl expecting a visit from an impossible dog. She'd been drawing all evening. Same mountain clearing, same circle of children, but the details were evolving. The tall figure in the center had what looked like multiple faces, all turned toward the children, and the golden retriever wasn't sitting anymore. It was standing, like it was ready to lead them somewhere. Emma, I asked quietly, in your dreams about this place, do the other children talk to you? She didn't look up from her drawing. They don't need to talk. We all know what we're supposed to do. Which is what? Learn to see the way Rusty sees. Learn to be awake and asleep at the same time. David Morrison shifted uncomfortably in his chair. She's never heard that name before. We never told her about my grandfather's dog. But Emma heard him. She looked up, crayon still in her hand. Rusty's been waiting 17 years to come back. He saved something special for our family, because we're connected to the first time. Karen Morrison grabbed my arm. Marcus, she's never talked like this before. It's like someone else is speaking through her. 11:35 p.m. The temperature in Emma's bedroom dropped 5 degrees in 30 seconds. Emma's breath started misting slightly, but she didn't seem to notice. She was focused entirely on her drawing now, adding something new, a path leading from the circle of children toward something that looked like a cave entrance. Emma, what's in the cave? The classroom, she said simply, where they teach us to dream things into being real. 11:40 p.m. Every dog in the neighborhood started barking. Not aggressive barking, excited barking, like they were greeting an old friend. But it was coordinated, rhythmic. They were barking in sequence, creating a pattern that moved from house to house, getting closer. David checked the locks on Emma's bedroom door. I'd advised him to keep it open. We needed escape routes. But I could see the fear in his eyes. His grandfather disappeared into the mountains 17 years ago. Now, something was coming for his daughter. 11:43 p.m. The barking stopped. Complete silence outside. Even the usual night sounds. Crickets, distant traffic, the hum of air conditioners. Everything went quiet. Emma put down her crayon. He's here. I looked out the window. Nothing. Empty lawn, streetlights casting normal shadows. But Emma was right. Something had changed. The air felt thicker, like it does right before a thunderstorm. 11:45 p.m. Emma stood up and walked to her window. She pressed her palm against the glass and smiled. Don't look outside, I told David and Karen. Whatever you do, don't make eye contact with anything out there. But Emma was already looking. Her smile widened and she waved at something we couldn't see. Hi, Rusty. I've been waiting for you. 11:46 p.m. A sound from downstairs, the front door opening. But we were all up here and I'd watched David lock that door myself 20 minutes earlier. Footsteps on the stairs. Soft, padded footsteps. 4 legs, not 2. Karen started to hyperventilate. How is it inside? How did it get inside? Emma turned away from the window. Her expression was calm, almost serene. He doesn't need doors anymore. He exists in the spaces between awake and asleep. That's what they're teaching us. 11:47 p.m. exactly. The footsteps stopped outside Emma's bedroom door. Emma walked toward the door, but David blocked her path. Emma, no, stay away from the door. Dad, it's okay. He's not here to take me tonight. Tonight's just for talking. A soft, scratching sound from the other side of the door. Not aggressive scratching, gentle, almost polite. Like a dog asking to come in. Then, clear as day, a child's voice from the hallway. Emma, can I come in? I have something to show you. But it wasn't just any child's voice. Karen Morrison went white. That's Emma's voice. From when she was 8. The voice came again, patient and kind. Mom? Dad? It's okay. I'm still me. I'm just more now. Emma reached for the door handle. David grabbed her wrist. That's not you out there, sweetheart. Emma looked at her father with eyes that seemed older than 12. It's me, from the place where I go when I close my eyes. The me that's learning to exist in both places at once. The scratching stopped. Then, impossibly, the sound of a dog's panting came from inside the room, right behind us. We all turned around. The golden retriever was sitting on Emma's bed, exactly where it had been the night before. Smiling, that too wide smile, head tilted like it was listening to something we couldn't hear. How? David started, but Emma interrupted. He doesn't use doors, Dad. He uses the spaces between thoughts, between heartbeats, between the moment you close your eyes and the moment you open them. The dog's smile widened. Then it spoke, but not with a child's voice this time. Tom Henderson's voice, Emma's great-grandfather, who disappeared in 2007. "Hello, David. You look just like your father did at your age." David staggered backward. "Grandpa Tom? I've been waiting 17 years to meet my great-granddaughter. The entity, it saved something special for our bloodline, a choice we didn't get to make in 2007. Karen was crying now. "This isn't real. This can't be real." The dog, speaking with Tom Henderson's voice, turned to look at her with gentle eyes. "Reality is more flexible than you think, Karen. The children are learning that. They're learning to shape it, to dream it into new forms." I stepped forward, recorder in hand. "What do you want with Emma?" The dog's expression shifted, and suddenly it was speaking with my own voice from 17 years ago. "The same thing you wanted, Marcus. To understand, to document, to witness." Hearing my own voice coming from the dog's mouth was indescribable. It wasn't mimicry. It was perfect reproduction, down to the slight hoarseness I'd had during the 2007 broadcasts. "You've been watching me," I said. "We've been learning from you. Your broadcasts taught us something important. Humans need to understand before they can accept. So we're taking time to explain this time, to show rather than simply take." Emma walked over to the dog and sat beside it on the bed. The moment she made contact, her eyes fluttered closed, but she kept talking. "I can see them, Marcus. All the children from 2007 and 2024. They're not gone. They're in a place where dreams and reality overlap. They're learning to exist in both states simultaneously." Her voice was changing as she spoke, becoming layered, like multiple people talking in perfect unison. "The entity isn't alien. It's Earth's own dreaming consciousness, fragmented when humanity developed the ability to fully wake. Every 40 years it tried to reunite with its lost pieces, but you kept interfering, so it adapted. I had to record this. Whatever was happening here, people needed to hear it."
The children are safe, David. They're learning be more than human.
Emma's eyes opened, but they were different now. Deeper, like she was seeing multiple layers of reality at once. "The dog visits 3 times, she said in her normal voice. "Tonight was the explanation. Tomorrow night will be the demonstration. The 3rd night." "What happens the 3rd night?" David asked. Emma smiled, and for a moment, she looked exactly like the golden retriever. "The 3rd night, I get to choose. Stay in one reality, or learn to exist in both." The dog stood up, walked to the window, and looked back at us. When it spoke again, it was with Emma's 8-year-old voice. "Tell them, Marcus. Tell them it's not an invasion, it's an invitation. Reality is becoming more dreamlike, and dreams are becoming more real. The boundaries humanity built are dissolving." Then it was gone. Not through the window, not through the door. Just gone, like it had never been there. But the temperature was still cold, and Emma was still smiling that too wide smile. "Emma," Karen whispered. "I'm still me, Mom. I'm just starting to remember who I really am." She picked up her crayon and added one final detail to her drawing. A small figure standing at the edge of the circle of children, holding what looked like a microphone. "That's you, Marcus. You're going to be there for the final lesson." I looked at the drawing, at the figure that was supposed to be me, standing in that impossible mountain clearing with dozens of children who should be gone forever. "When?" I asked. Emma checked her clock. It was 12:15 a.m. We'd been talking for over half an hour, but it had felt like minutes. "Soon," she said. "The integration is accelerating. Every night more children are learning to exist in both places. Every morning, reality gets a little more flexible." She yawned, suddenly looking like a normal 12-year-old again. "I'm tired. Can I go to sleep now?" David and Karen exchanged glances. "How do you tell your daughter she can't sleep when sleep might take her "Emma," I said carefully, "when you sleep, where do you go?" "To school," she said simply, "to learn how to dream the world into better shapes." She climbed into bed, pulled the covers up to her chin, and closed her eyes. Within seconds, she was breathing deeply, peacefully asleep, but her lips were still curved in that slight smile. I stayed at the Morrison house for another 3 hours, monitoring Emma's sleep patterns, recording any unusual activity. She slept perfectly normally. No sleepwalking, no talking in her sleep, no signs of distress. But twice during the night, the temperature in her room dropped significantly for exactly 90 seconds each time. And once, around 3 a.m., I could have sworn I heard the distant sound of children laughing. Here's what I think is happening. This isn't an invasion. It's an evolution. And whether we like it or not, humanity is being invited to participate in something larger than what we currently understand as reality. The entity that caused the harvest cycles, whatever it really is, has learned from its failures. Instead of taking people by force every 40 years, it's teaching them to choose willingly. It's showing them possibilities that exist in the spaces between dreaming and waking, between what is and what could be. The children aren't being harmed. They're being educated, and based on what Emma showed me last night, the education is working. But here's the question that keeps me awake. What happens to those who decline the invitation? Tomorrow night, Emma Morrison will receive her demonstration. I'll be there to witness it, to document whatever happens next. Because I think we're approaching a threshold, not just for individual families, but for our entire understanding of what it means to exist in reality. If you have children, pay attention to their dreams. Ask them what they're learning at night, and don't dismiss what they tell you as imagination. Because somewhere, in a place that exists between sleeping and waking, a classroom is filling up with students. And the golden retriever named Rusty is taking attendance. The boundaries between dreaming and waking are dissolving. The question isn't whether this is good or bad. The question is whether we're ready to learn what comes next. This is Marcus Webb, signing off from a world that's becoming stranger by the hour. Check your locks, charge your phones, keep your children close. And remember, if you see a golden retriever in your bedroom at 11:47 p.m. tonight, you have a choice to make. Just make sure you understand what you're choosing. We'll be back tomorrow night with live coverage of Emma Morrison's second visit. Until then, keep your eyes open, keep your minds flexible, and remember that reality might be more negotiable than we've ever imagined. Sleep well, if you can. If you're taking night classes and you see a golden retriever sitting in an empty student desk, do not call security. Do not approach it, and whatever you do not take attendance. This is Marcus Webb. It's 1:45 a.m., and I'm broadcasting from the parking lot of Millbrook County Community College. What happened here tonight changes everything I thought I understood about the laughing dog phenomenon. Here's what we know. The golden retriever isn't just visiting bedrooms anymore. It's expanding its territory. Last night, it appeared in 3 different night school classrooms across the tri-state area. Always sitting in a student's chair, always facing the blackboard, always smiling. Here's what we don't know. Why it's targeting adult education programs, how it's choosing which seats to occupy, and why every instructor who's encountered it reports the same thing. They feel compelled to mark the dog present on their attendance sheets. Let me tell you about what happened at Millbrook County Community College tonight. Patricia Chen has been teaching the 10 p.m. to 2 a.m. nursing certification course for 8 years. Dedicated instructor, never missed a class, knows every student by name. She's the kind of teacher who remembers birthdays, who stays after class to help struggling students, who genuinely cares about seeing people succeed. Tuesday night, she walked into classroom 204 to find 23 students in their usual seats, plus 1 golden retriever sitting perfectly upright in desk 15. Patricia told me she wasn't surprised. That's what bothers me most about her statement. She said it felt expected, like the dog belonged there. I checked my roster, she explained when I interviewed her an hour ago. Desk 15 belongs to Michael Torres. He's been absent for 3 nights running. His wife called Monday to report him missing after a sleepwalking incident. Michael Torres is a 34-year-old father of 2, works double shifts at the warehouse to pay for nursing school. His wife Maria told me he'd been having strange dreams for weeks. Dreams about attending classes in underground caverns, learning medical procedures that don't exist in any textbook. He'd wake up exhausted, Maria said, like he'd been studying all night, but he'd know things he'd never learned. Last week, he diagnosed our neighbor's heart condition just by listening to her breathe. He's never had cardiac training. The dog sat through Patricia's entire 4-hour lecture on emergency cardiac procedures. It didn't move, didn't make a sound, just watched Patricia with those dark, intelligent eyes. The other students seemed to accept its presence without question. A few even took notes as if the dog might be tested on the material. What Patricia didn't tell me initially, what I had to drag out of her, was that the dog was participating. Not vocally, but intellectually. When she asked questions about patient care, she found herself looking at the dog for confirmation. When she demonstrated CPR techniques, the dog would nod or shake its head, and somehow she knew whether she was doing it correctly. It was like having a master instructor auditing my class, she admitted. I felt elevated, like I was teaching at a level I'd never reached before. At 2:17 a.m., during the final break, Patricia decided to take attendance. She called each name, received each response, and when she reached Michael Torres, she paused. The golden retriever turned to face the class, its smile widened, and it spoke. Present. Not barked, spoke, in Michael Torres's voice, clear, unmistakable, with the slight accent Michael had from growing up in El Paso. The dog said it twice like it was making sure everyone heard. Then it laughed. That same childlike giggle we've been documenting, but layered underneath was something else. Adult laughter, multiple voices, all laughing at once. Patricia marked Michael Torres present on her attendance sheet. She told me she couldn't help herself. Her hand moved on its own. The strangest part, she said, was that it felt right, like Michael was there, just differently there. That's when I got the call. Patricia's teaching assistant, Jenny Walsh, had stepped outside during break and saw something that made her dial my emergency line immediately. Marcus, she said, voice shaking. There are people in the parking lot. 17 people all walking toward their cars with their eyes closed. They're getting in and driving away, but their eyes are still shut. Jenny described watching her classmates move in perfect synchronization, like they were following choreography they'd rehearsed for years. They walked to their vehicles, unlocked doors, started engines, and drove away, all without opening their eyes once. I tried calling out to them, Jenny told me. Sarah Martinez is my study partner. We've been friends for months. But when I called her name, she didn't respond. She just kept walking, smiling that same smile the dog had. I arrived at 2:25 a.m. to find the golden retriever still sitting in desk 15. The classroom was empty except for Patricia, who was erasing the blackboard with mechanical precision, over and over, even though it was already clean. Patricia, I said carefully, where did your students go? She turned to look at me and her eyes were different, deeper, like Emma Morrison's had been last night, like she was seeing multiple layers of reality at once. To the advanced course, she said simply, the one that meets in the mountains. The dog turned to look at me then. It tilted its head, and when it spoke, it used my own voice again. Hello, Marcus. Right on time. I felt that same disorienting sensation I'd experienced at the Morrison house, hearing my own words coming from something that shouldn't be able to speak at all. You're expanding, I said. Children weren't enough. The dog's smile widened. Children are eager students, but they lack experience. Adults have lived enough to appreciate what they're learning. They understand the value of transcendence. Patricia continued erasing the board, but now she was humming. A lullaby I recognized from Emma Morrison's audio recording, the same tune the cat had hummed while sitting on Sofia Garcia's chest. "What are you teaching them?" I asked. The dog stood up from the desk and walked to the front of the classroom. It sat where Patricia normally stood, like it was taking over the lesson. "Practical applications," it said, still using my voice. "How to exist in multiple states simultaneously. How to attend classes in both realities. How to graduate from the limitations of single-point consciousness." I need to play you what happened next. I had my recorder running the entire time.
Present.
That voice belongs to Michael Torres, a man who's been missing for 72 hours. But somehow, he's still attending class. "Patricia," I said, "can you hear me?" She stopped erasing and turned around. When she spoke, it was with her normal voice, but the words came out in perfect synchronization with the dog's mouth movements. "I can hear you from both places, Marcus. The classroom here and the classroom there. They're teaching us to be present in multiple locations. It's actually quite liberating." The dog walked to the window. Outside, I could see more cars pulling into the parking lot. People getting out, walking toward the building with their eyes closed. Adults of all ages, moving with that same purposeful stride I'd seen during the harvest phases. But these weren't random sleepwalkers. I recognized some of them from news reports. Missing persons from the past week. Janet Morrison from the accounting program. Dr. Robert Kim from the medical continuing education courses. Susan Walsh from the paralegal certification class. All of them walking in perfect formation toward the building. All of them smiling. "How many classes are you running?" I asked. The dog looked back at me and smiled wider. "Every night school in the tri-state area. Every adult education program. Every place where people go to learn something new. We're expanding the curriculum." I counted 17 people walking across the parking lot, all moving in perfect synchronization, all heading for the main entrance. "The beautiful thing about adult learners," Patricia said, still speaking in sync with the dog, "is that they've already made the choice to grow. They've already admitted they don't know everything. That makes them receptive." The dog walked to the classroom door and sat down, like it was waiting for the next group of students to arrive. "What happens to the people who don't want to learn?" I asked. Patricia tilted her head, mirroring the dog's movement exactly. "Everyone wants to learn, Marcus. They just don't know it yet. That's why we start with the children. They're more open to new concepts, but adults can adapt too, given the right motivation." The 17 people had reached the building. I could hear footsteps in the hallway, all moving in perfect unison, getting closer. The motivation being what, exactly? The dog's expression shifted, and suddenly it was speaking with Patricia Chen's voice while Patricia herself remained silent. Purpose. Meaning. The promise that their education will actually matter. That they'll learn things that change not just their careers, but their entire understanding of existence. The footsteps were getting louder. I could hear classroom doors opening throughout the building. "I need to go," I said, backing toward the window. "Class is starting," Patricia agreed, "but you're welcome to audit. No enrollment required for observers." The dog's smile widened impossibly. "We saved you a seat, Marcus. Front row. Perfect view of everything." I climbed out the window and ran to my car. As I drove away, I could see lights coming on in classrooms throughout the building. Dozens of them. And in each window, the silhouette of a golden retriever sitting at the front of the room. I've been monitoring emergency frequencies for the past 3 hours. Reports are coming in from across the region. Night schools, community colleges, adult education centers, all reporting the same phenomenon. Golden retrievers appearing in classrooms, students with their eyes closed taking notes on subjects that aren't in any curriculum. The Riverside Community Center reported their GED preparation class had perfect attendance for the first time in months. Every student present, plus one golden retriever in the instructor's chair. The dog was apparently teaching advanced mathematics that shouldn't be possible with a high school education. The students were solving calculus problems, the night supervisor told me. These are people who struggle with basic algebra, but they were working through equations I couldn't even understand, all while their eyes were closed. Pine Valley Technical College called in a disturbance at their nursing program. Students were practicing medical procedures they'd never been taught, performing them with impossible precision while their eyes remained closed. The golden retriever was supervising from the supply closet, occasionally barking corrections. They were performing surgery, the security guard reported, on each other, but there was no blood, no wounds, like they were operating in some other dimension while their bodies stayed in the classroom. Clear Creek Adult Learning Center reported their English as a second language class had expanded to include 17 new students who weren't on any enrollment list. They were all speaking fluent English, plus 3 languages that the instructor couldn't identify. The golden retriever was apparently serving as a translator. The languages sounded old, the instructor told me, like they came from somewhere that doesn't exist on any map. Here's what I think is happening. The entity behind this phenomenon has realized something important. Children are easy to recruit. Their minds are flexible, open to new possibilities, but adults are harder. They have established patterns, fixed beliefs about what's real and what isn't. So it's targeting places where adults go specifically to learn new things. Night schools, continuing education programs, places where people have already made the decision to expand their understanding. And it's working. I've received 47 calls in the past hour from family members reporting missing relatives. All adults enrolled in evening education programs, all last seen walking to their cars with their eyes closed after class ended. But here's the disturbing part. When I call the schools to verify, the instructors all report perfect attendance. Every missing person was marked present. Every class ran exactly as scheduled. The golden retriever isn't replacing people. It's duplicating them, creating versions that can exist in both realities simultaneously. The families see their loved ones leave and never return. The schools see their students attend every class. Maria Torres called me an hour ago, crying. Michael came home this morning, she said, but he's different. He knows things he shouldn't know. He diagnosed our daughter's ear infection just by looking at her, and he keeps talking about his other classes, the ones that meet underground. When I asked her to describe Michael's behavior, she painted a picture that's becoming familiar. Constant smiling, enhanced abilities, knowledge that shouldn't exist, and an obsession with teaching others what he's learned. He's trying to convince me to enroll in night school, Maria said. He says there are things I need to learn, important things, and he keeps mentioning a golden retriever that would help me understand. I need to show you something. This is security footage from Millbrook County Community College, recorded at 2:30 a.m. tonight. Watch the parking lot carefully. Actually, let me play you the audio instead. The visual doesn't make sense, but the sound tells the real story. Cars, 17 missing people, all starting their engines at exactly the same moment, all driving away in perfect formation. But according to the security cameras, the parking lot was empty. The cars exist in one reality, the footage exists in another, and somewhere in between, the golden retriever is teaching people how to navigate both. I tried calling the state police, but the phones just ring. I tried the federal task force number from the 2024 crisis, but it's been disconnected. I think we're on our own with this one. Here's what you need to know to stay safe. If you're enrolled in any kind of night school or adult education program, consider taking a break. If you see a golden retriever in your classroom, do not make eye contact. Do not acknowledge its presence, and whatever you do not let the instructor mark you present if you're not actually there. Most importantly, if your family member is taking evening classes and they start talking about advanced courses or mountain teachers, pay attention. They may be attending school in more than one reality. I'm going to spend the rest of the night visiting every adult education facility in the tri-state area. I need to document how widespread this has become, and I need to find out what they're really teaching in these impossible classrooms, because I have a feeling that the Golden Retriever's curriculum is preparing people for something that requires them to exist in multiple states of consciousness simultaneously. The pattern is accelerating. What took weeks during the harvest cycles is happening in days now. The entity has learned from its previous encounters with humanity. It's not waiting for the 40-year cycle. It's not limiting itself to specific bloodlines. It's recruiting anyone willing to learn. And the terrifying thing is, it's working. People want what it's offering. Enhanced abilities, expanded consciousness, knowledge that transcends normal human limitations. Who wouldn't want to be more than they are? Tomorrow night, I'll be investigating reports of the phenomenon expanding beyond schools. Apparently, the dog has been spotted in libraries, community centers, and senior centers. Anywhere people gather to learn or share knowledge. The classroom phase is accelerating, and graduation day is coming whether we're ready or not. This is Marcus Webb, broadcasting from a world where education has taken on a whole new meaning. Check on your family members. Verify their whereabouts. And remember, if someone you love starts talking about classes they're not enrolled in, they might be getting an education you can't see. Keep your eyes open, keep learning, but make sure you know which reality your lessons are taking place in. We'll be back tomorrow night with more coverage of the expanding phenomenon. Until then, stay curious, stay cautious, and remember that the most dangerous knowledge is the kind that changes how you see everything else. Class dismissed. If you wake up at 3:33 a.m. to find your cat sitting on your child's chest, staring at their closed eyes, do not touch the cat. Do not try to move it, and whatever you do not listen to what it's saying. This is Marcus Webb. It's 4:15 a.m., and I'm broadcasting from my car on Highway 18, following a trail of abandoned vehicles that stretches for 12 miles into the mountains. What I discovered tonight about the laughing phenomenon will change how you think about every pet in your house. Here's what we know. The Golden Retriever was just the beginning. Starting 2 nights ago, cats across the tri-state area have begun laughing at exactly 3:33 a.m. Not the dog's childlike giggling, something else entirely. Adult laughter. Knowing laughter. The kind of laughter that suggests the joke is on you. Here's what we don't know. Why cats are appearing to families whose children have already been visited by the dog. What they're translating. And why every parent who's witnessed it describes the same thing. Their cat speaking with their child's voice, but saying things their child has never learned. Let me tell you about the Garcia family first. Then I'll explain why I'm driving deeper into the mountains than any sane person should go at 4 a.m. Rosa Garcia lives on Maple Ridge Road with her 8-year-old daughter Sophia and their Maine Coon, Princess. Sophia was one of the children visited by the Golden Retriever 5 nights ago. Since then, she's been drawing those same mountain clearings, talking about dream school and sleepwalking toward the forest every night around 3 a.m. Last night, Rosa woke up to the sound of laughter coming from Sophia's bedroom. Not Sophia's laughter. Adult laughter, rich and amused, like someone had just heard the most delightful secret. Rosa crept to Sophia's doorway and found Princess sitting on Sophia's chest, staring down at her daughter's closed eyes. The cat was laughing with Sophia's own voice, but not Sophia as she is now. Sophia's voice from 3 years ago when she was 5 and used to tell elaborate bedtime stories to her stuffed animals. But the story Princess was reciting had changed. Once upon a time, the cat said in 5-year-old Sophia's voice, there were children who lived in the mountains and never needed to sleep because they learned to dream while awake. They had teachers who were made of light and shadow who showed them how to make flowers bloom in winter and convince water to flow upward. Rosa wanted to scream, wanted to grab Princess and throw her off Sophia's chest, but something stopped her. The cat's eyes, they weren't Princess's eyes anymore. They were deeper, older, filled with an intelligence that shouldn't exist in any animal. The children were so happy in their mountain school, Princess continued in that impossibly young voice, because they learned that reality was just a dream that had forgotten it was dreaming. And when you remember that, you can change anything just by wanting it to be different. Rosa took a step into the room. Princess turned to look at her, still smiling that cat smile, but now the expression was unmistakably human. "Hello, Rosa," Princess said, switching to Sophia's current 8-year-old voice. "Sophia wants you to know she's safe. She's learning so many wonderful things." "Where is she?" Rosa whispered. Princess tilted her head. "She's right here, and she's also there. That's what they're teaching her, how to be in both places at once." Rosa reached out to touch Princess, and the moment her fingers made contact with the cat's fur, everything changed. Suddenly, Rosa could see through Sophia's eyes. Her daughter was standing in a vast underground cavern, surrounded by dozens of other children, all with their eyes closed, all swaying slightly as if listening to music only they could hear. The cavern walls pulsed with bioluminescent patterns that shifted and moved like living things. In the center of the space stood something tall and graceful, neither fully human nor fully something else. It had too many joints, too many angles, but its presence felt warm, nurturing, like the most patient teacher who ever lived. "Mama!" Sophia's voice, but not coming from Princess now, coming from everywhere and nowhere. "Can you see me? I'm learning to paint with light. Look." Sophia raised her hands and streams of golden light flowed from her fingertips, creating shapes in the air. Flowers, butterflies, tiny dancing figures that moved with impossible grace. "The teachers say I have a gift for it," Sophia continued. "They say all the children do, once they remember how to see with their dream eyes instead of their wake eyes." Rosa tried to speak, tried to call out to her daughter, but she had no voice in this place. She was only an observer, watching through a window she couldn't control. "Don't be scared, Mama. It doesn't hurt. It's like being asleep and awake at the same time. Like being in two dreams that are both real." The vision ended abruptly. Rosa found herself back in Sophia's bedroom, staring at Princess, who was now purring normally and looking like an ordinary cat again. But Sophia's body was still lying in bed, breathing peacefully, a slight smile on her lips. Rosa called me at 3:45 a.m., sobbing. "Marcus, she's not here. Sophia's body is here, but she's not inside it. She's somewhere else, and the cat is like a telephone. She's using Princess to talk to me. I need to play you what Rosa recorded on her phone. She had the presence of mind to start recording when Princess began speaking."
Come dream with us. Come dream with us.
That voice belongs to Sophia Garcia. But Sophia's body never moved. Her lips never opened. The sound came entirely from Princess, who was sitting 3 feet away from Sophia's head. "I've received 17 similar calls in the past 6 hours. All families whose children were visited by the Golden Retriever, all reporting their cats speaking with their children's voices, delivering messages from that other place. The Chen family on Oak Street called at 4 a.m. Their tabby, Whiskers, spent 20 minutes having a conversation with 6-year-old Tommy's parents, using Tommy's voice to explain the curriculum at Dream School. We're learning mathematics that work in curved time," Tommy's voice said through Whiskers, "and biology that includes things that don't have bodies, and art that you paint with thoughts instead of brushes." The Nakamura family reported their Siamese cat, Yuki, speaking with their daughter's voice about the tall teachers who show us how to fold space like origami. But it's not just translation. The cats are recruiting. Mrs. Henderson on Pine Valley Road called me in tears. Her Persian, Snowball, had been speaking with her missing grandson's voice for 2 hours, trying to convince her to come visit the mountain school. "Grandma, you'd love it here," the cat said in 7-year-old Billy's voice. "The teachers say adults can learn too, if they really want to. They just have to let go of thinking there's only one way to be awake." Mrs. Henderson told me she almost said yes. The cat's eyes. They look so much like Billy's eyes. And I miss him so much, Marcus. If there's a chance he's really somewhere safe, learning wonderful things. That's when I realized what's happening. The cats aren't just messengers, they're recruitment officers. The children who've been taken, or borrowed, or whatever this is, they're using their pets to convince their families to join them voluntarily. And it's working. I've documented 12 families in the past week who've simply disappeared. Not taken by force, not sleepwalking into the forest. They packed bags, left notes, and drove toward the mountains with their cats in carriers, all smiling that same serene smile. The note the Patterson family left was typical. "We've decided to enroll in the advanced program. Don't worry about us. We're going to learn how to exist in multiple realities simultaneously. The cats will show us the way." I followed the trail of abandoned cars up Highway 18, past the point where the road officially ends, onto logging trails that shouldn't be passable in a regular vehicle. But somehow, dozens of cars had made it miles into the wilderness before being abandoned. At 3:47 a.m., I found something that made me pull over and start this broadcast immediately. A clearing filled with cars, hundreds of them, arranged in perfect concentric circles around a central point where the ground drops away into what looks like a natural sinkhole. But the hole isn't natural. The edges are too smooth, too purposeful, and there's light coming from deep underground. Not electric light, but something organic, pulsing like a heartbeat. Every car door is open, every vehicle is empty. But sitting on the hood of each car is a cat. Dozens of cats, all different breeds, all sitting in identical positions, all staring at the hole in the ground, all smiling. I got out of my car, and immediately every cat turned to look at me, in perfect unison. Their eyes reflected the underground light, creating a constellation of glowing points in the darkness. Then they started laughing, not meowing, laughing, with human voices, children's voices, adult voices, elderly voices, all the people who'd driven these cars into the mountains and then, what? Walked into that hole in the ground? "Hello, Marcus," said a gray tabby sitting on a blue Honda. It was speaking with Emma Morrison's voice. "We've been waiting for you." "The children wanted to show you something," added a black cat on a red pickup truck using Michael Torres's voice. "Something about the nature of reality that your broadcasts have been circling around for years." I backed toward my car, but a Maine Coon, one that looked exactly like Princess, blocked my path. "Don't be afraid," it said in Sofia Garcia's voice. "We're not here to take you. We're here to invite you. There's a difference." "What happened to all these people?" I asked. The cats exchanged glances, and somehow I knew they were communicating in ways I couldn't perceive. "They graduated," said a Siamese near the edge of the clearing, speaking with Patricia Chen's voice. "From single-point consciousness to multidimensional awareness. They learned to exist in both the dream state and the waking state simultaneously. Are they dead?" "Death is a concept that only applies to single-state existence," the Maine Coon explained patiently. "When you learn to exist in multiple realities, death becomes optional, a choice rather than an inevitability." I pulled out my recorder. Whatever was happening here, people needed to hear it. "The entity you've been documenting," continued the gray tabby, "it's not alien. It's Earth's own dreaming consciousness, trying to reunite with the parts of itself that became trapped in linear time when humanity developed the ability to fully wake. Every 40 years it tried to collect the fragments, the human minds that still remembered how to dream while awake, but you kept interfering, so it adapted. Instead of taking people by force, it's teaching them to choose. The black cat jumped down from the pickup truck and walked toward me. The children are the easiest to teach because they haven't fully committed to single-state existence yet. But adults can learn too, given the right motivation. Which is what? Love, said the Maine Coon simply. The desire to be reunited with their children, to understand what their children have learned, to exist in the same reality as the people they care about most. I looked around the clearing at all those empty cars, all those smiling cats, all those families who'd made the choice to drive into the mountains and walk into that glowing hole in the ground. "What's down there?" I asked. "The classroom," said the Siamese, "the place where dreams and reality intersect, where the tall teachers show humans how to exist as they were meant to, fluid, multidimensional, unlimited by the artificial boundaries between sleeping and waking." The underground light pulsed brighter, and I could hear something rising from the depths. Not quite music, not quite voices, but something that made my bones vibrate with harmonics I'd never experienced. "They're singing," the gray tabby explained. "The children, the adults, the teachers, they're singing reality into new shapes. Would you like to hear?" Before I could answer, the sound reached the surface. It was the most beautiful thing I'd ever heard. Hundreds of voices in perfect harmony, creating melodies that seemed to bend space around them. I could see the sound, taste the colors it painted in the air, feel the mathematics of its structure rearranging my understanding of what was possible. For a moment, I wanted nothing more than to walk to the edge of that hole and let myself fall into whatever waited below. To join that impossible choir, to learn what they were learning, to exist in multiple realities simultaneously. But then I remembered my purpose, my responsibility. The people listening to these broadcasts who needed to understand what was happening, who needed to make their own informed choices. I backed away from the hole, from the cats, from the seductive pull of that underground music. "Tell them, Marcus," called the Maine Coon as I reached my car. "Tell them it's not an invasion, it's an invitation. Reality is becoming more dreamlike, and dreams are becoming more real. The boundaries humanity built are dissolving whether we participate or not." "But participation is voluntary," added the gray tabby. "For now." I drove away as fast as I could, but I could hear that singing for miles. Even now, sitting in a 24-hour diner 50 miles from the clearing, I can still hear echoes of it in my head. Here's what I need you to understand. This isn't a traditional threat. There are no monsters, no violence, no coercion. The entity behind this phenomenon is offering humanity a choice: evolve or remain as we are. Learn to exist in multiple states of consciousness, or stay trapped in single-point awareness. The children are choosing evolution. Many adults are following them. And the cats. The cats are the bridge between realities. The translators who help families understand what their loved ones have become.
We're learning to paint with light.
That recording was made at the clearing. Those voices belong to people who drove into the mountains and chose to walk into that glowing hole in the ground. They're not dead. They're not gone. They're somewhere else, learning to exist in ways we can't imagine. But here's the question that's keeping me awake. What happens to those of us who choose to stay in single-state reality? What happens to the world when enough people learn to exist in multiple dimensions simultaneously? I think we're about to find out. If your cat starts laughing at 3:33 a.m., you have a choice to make. You can listen to what it's trying to tell you, or you can lock it out of your child's room and pretend this isn't happening. But the invitation is there. The classroom is open. And somewhere in the mountains, your loved ones are learning to dream reality into new shapes. The question is, are you ready to learn with them? This is Marcus Webb, broadcasting from a world where the impossible has become inevitable. Check on your cats. Listen to what they're trying to tell you. And remember, When reality starts feeling like a dream, maybe it's because the dream is becoming real. Tomorrow night I'll be investigating reports of the phenomenon expanding into urban areas. Apparently, pets in major cities have started exhibiting the same behaviors. The classroom is growing, and graduation day is approaching. Until then, keep your eyes open, keep your minds flexible, and remember that love might be the most dangerous force in the universe, because it makes us willing to follow the people we care about anywhere, even into dreams that might be more real than waking. If you see every dog in a 3-block radius growling at the same person, do not ask questions. Do not try to calm the animals. Get as far away from that person as possible, because they are not who they appear to be. This is Marcus Webb. It's 5:47 a.m., and I'm broadcasting from inside my car with the doors locked, parked outside what used to be the Pine Valley Emergency Coordination Center. The building is dark, the phones are disconnected, and the person who just tried to convince me to come inside wore the face of someone who died 17 years ago. Here's what we know. The laughing dog phenomenon has entered a new phase. Dogs across the tri-state area are exhibiting protective behaviors toward their families, but not against intruders or threats we can see. They're protecting people from other people. People who look familiar, sound familiar, but trigger every animal instinct for danger. Here's what we don't know. How many of these imposters are walking among us? How long they've been replacing people we trust? And why they all seem to be leading us toward the same destination. Let me tell you what happened when I tried to go home last night. After my encounter at the mountain clearing, I drove back toward town exhausted and desperate for answers. I needed to review my recordings, cross-reference the missing person reports, try to make sense of what I'd witnessed. The singing from that underground cavern was still echoing in my head, beautiful and terrifying in equal measure. But when I pulled into my driveway at 4:30 a.m., something was wrong. My neighbor's German Shepherd, Rex, was standing in my front yard. Rex has known me for 8 years. He's never shown me anything but friendly curiosity, tail wags when I get my mail, gentle sniffing when I'm working in the garden. But last night, he was positioned between my front door and my car, hackles raised, teeth bared, growling low and continuous. Not at me, at my house. The sound Rex was making wasn't normal dog aggression. It was deeper, more primal, the kind of sound an animal makes when it senses something fundamentally wrong with the world. I got out of the car slowly, and Rex immediately moved to my side, still facing the house, still growling. That's when I noticed the lights were on inside. Lights I hadn't left on, and there was movement behind the curtains. Someone walking around in my living room with the casual familiarity of someone who belonged there. I called out, asking who was inside. The movement stopped. Then my front door opened and Agent David Cross stepped out onto the porch. David Cross, my federal liaison from the 2007 Harvest investigation. The man who disappeared during the final phase, presumed taken along with the Henderson family and their golden retriever, Rusty. The man whose body was never found, whose case file was sealed, whose disappearance marked the end of official government interest in the phenomenon. He was wearing the same dark suit he'd favored 17 years ago. His hair was the same length, the same color. He hadn't aged a day. He smiled that same professional smile I remembered. "Marcus, there you are. We've been waiting for you." Rex's growling intensified. The dog pressed against my legs, trembling with barely contained aggression. I could feel the tension in his muscles, the way his entire body was coiled to attack or defend. I said his name carefully, testing. "David, how are you here? You disappeared in 2007. He tilted his head, and for a moment his expression was exactly like the golden retriever's. Curious, patient, slightly amused. Did I? Or did I just learn to exist in multiple places simultaneously? That's when I noticed the other dogs. Mrs. Patterson's beagle had appeared at the edge of my yard, also growling. The Yamamoto family's Shiba Inu was across the street, hackles raised. The Morrison family's new puppy, they'd gotten it after Emma started her dream school experience refusing to leave. Within minutes, I counted 7 dogs from the neighborhood, all positioned in a loose circle around my property, all focused on the man claiming to be David Cross. Dogs that normally played together, fought over territory, ignored each other completely, all united in their reaction to this one figure. The dogs seem upset, I observed, pulling out my recorder. His smile widened, showing teeth that were just slightly too white, too perfect. Animals are sensitive to change. They'll adapt once they understand what we're offering. Rex pressed closer to my side, still growling. I could feel his heartbeat through his fur, rapid, panicked, but determined. "You're not David Cross," I said. "I'm exactly David Cross. Just more complete now. I exist in the reality where I was taken in 2007, and I exist in the reality where I survived to help you understand what's coming." The dogs were getting more agitated. Rex was no longer just growling. He was making sounds I'd never heard from a dog before. Protective sounds that seemed almost human in their urgency. The other dogs were responding, creating a chorus of warning that echoed through the pre-dawn quiet. The thing wearing David's face continued, its voice taking on that same layered quality I'd heard from the golden retriever. "The children you've been documenting aren't being taken, Marcus. They're being educated, prepared for what humanity is becoming. But the process works better when families choose it together. Is that why you're here? To convince me to choose? I'm here because you're important, Marcus. Your broadcasts have been documenting this phenomenon for 17 years. People trust you. When you tell them it's safe to evolve, they'll listen. That's when I realized what was happening. This thing wasn't here to recruit me. It was here to replace me, to use my voice, my credibility, my relationship with the community to convince people to walk into those mountain clearings voluntarily. I started backing toward my car. Rex moved with me, never taking his eyes off the impostor. The other dogs adjusted their positions, maintaining their protective circle. "The beautiful thing about this phase," the Not David said, following us slowly, "is that we don't need to wait for the 40-year cycle anymore. We don't need to limit ourselves to specific bloodlines. Anyone can learn to exist in multiple realities given the right guidance." Guidance from who? From those who've already made the transition. The children, the adults, the teachers in the mountains. They're building something beautiful, Marcus. A new form of consciousness that transcends the artificial boundaries between dreaming and waking. I reached my car and opened the door. Rex jumped in first, still facing the imposter through the windshield. The other dogs maintained their positions, creating a barrier between my car and the thing on my porch. "You can't run from evolution, Marcus," it called as I started the engine. "Reality is changing whether you participate or not. The only question is whether you want to guide the process or be consumed by it." I drove away, but in my rearview mirror, I could see the thing that looked like David Cross standing in my driveway, no longer smiling. Its expression was cold, calculating, alien. And around it, the 7 neighborhood dogs maintained their protective circle, refusing to let it move toward any of the other houses. I need to play you what I recorded during that encounter. Listen to how the dogs react.
"Hello, Marcus."
Hello, Marcus.
That audio displacement, the words arriving before the lip movements, that's not a recording error. I watched it happen in real time. Whatever was wearing David Cross's appearance wasn't quite synchronized with our reality. I've been driving around town for the past 3 hours, and I'm seeing the pattern everywhere. Dogs reacting aggressively to people who should be familiar. Cats refusing to approach their own owners. Birds going silent when certain individuals walk by. At the Riverside Diner, I watched a golden retriever attack its owner's husband, a man the dog had lived with for 6 years. The woman kept saying the dog's name, confused, asking what was wrong. She tried to calm the animal, but it wouldn't stop barking and snapping at the man's ankles. The dog knew better. Whatever was wearing her husband's face wasn't him. The man, or the thing wearing his appearance, just smiled and said the dog was probably stressed from all the strange weather they'd been having. But there hadn't been any strange weather, and the dog had never shown aggression toward anyone in its life. At Pine Valley Elementary, the school's therapy dog, Buddy, spent 20 minutes barking at the principal, a woman who'd worked there for 12 years and had personally selected Buddy for the program. The dog wouldn't stop until she left the building. The janitor told me later that Buddy had never reacted that way to anyone, not even strangers. It was like he was trying to warn us about something, the janitor said, like he could see something we couldn't. Outside the community center, I counted 14 dogs from different families, all focused on the same man walking across the parking lot. A man I recognized from missing person reports, Dr. Robert Kim, who disappeared from his continuing education class 4 nights ago. But Dr. Kim was walking around in broad daylight, smiling and waving at people, acting like nothing had happened. When I approached him, he greeted me by name, asked about my broadcasts, mentioned details about my work that only someone with access to classified files would know. But the dogs wouldn't let me get within 10 feet of him. They formed a protective barrier, growling and showing teeth whenever I tried to move closer. Interesting reaction, Doctor, Kim said, watching the animals. They're very protective of you, Marcus. Almost like they know something you don't. The animals know. They can sense the difference between the original person and whatever's taken their place. I tried calling the state police from a payphone outside the community center. The dispatcher who answered sounded exactly like Agent Sarah Mitchell from the 2024 crisis. The same Sarah Mitchell who was reported missing during the facility raids. When I asked her about it, she laughed, that same childlike giggle we've been documenting. Oh, Marcus, I'm not missing. I'm right here, and I'm also there. That's what you're not understanding yet. We don't replace people. We complete them. I hung up and tried the federal emergency line. The voice that answered belonged to Dr. Jennifer Reeves from Quarantine Facility Alpha, another person who disappeared in 2024. She knew my name before I could identify myself. Marcus Webb, we've been trying to reach you. There's something you need to see. I asked if she was really Dr. Reeves, if she was safe. Missing? From where? I'm exactly where I need to be. We all are. The integration is proceeding ahead of schedule, and we need your help to ensure a smooth transition for the remaining population. The remaining population? The ones who haven't learned to exist in multiple realities yet. The ones still trapped in single-point consciousness. They're going to need guidance when the boundaries dissolve completely. I hung up and drove to the Pine Valley Emergency Coordination Center, my old workplace where I'd coordinated responses to both the 2007 and 2024 crises. The building was supposed to be staffed 24/7, but when I arrived it was dark and empty, except for the figure standing by the front entrance, Colonel Sarah Mitchell, not the voice on the phone, the actual person, or something wearing her appearance. She was in full military dress uniform standing at attention, smiling that too wide smile I'd seen on Emma Morrison's face. She called out as I parked. Marcus, perfect timing. We need to debrief you on the current situation. Every instinct I had screamed danger, but I needed answers. I approached cautiously, recorder in hand, Rex staying close to my side. I asked how she could be here when she was reported missing during the facility raids. She tilted her head exactly like the golden retriever had. Missing? I've been coordinating the integration process, making sure the transition goes smoothly for everyone involved. She gestured toward the building. We've prepared a comprehensive briefing. Everything you need to understand what's really happening, what's always been happening, the 40-year cycles, the harvest phases, the entity you've been documenting, it's all part of a larger plan. I started to follow her, but then I heard it. Barking. Lots of barking, getting closer. A pack of dogs was running toward us from all directions. German shepherds, golden retrievers, mixed breeds, small dogs, large dogs, at least 20 animals, all converging on the Emergency Coordination Center. Rex's ears perked up, and he added his voice to theirs, calling them in. The thing wearing Sarah's face looked concerned for the first time. The animals are still adjusting to the new paradigm. They'll understand once the integration is complete. The dogs formed a protective barrier between me and the imposter, all of them growling, hackles raised, showing teeth. But they weren't threatening me. They were protecting me. Rex positioned himself directly in front of me, his body language making it clear that nothing would get past him. "Marcus," the imposter said urgently, "you need to understand. The dogs are reacting to change, not danger. We're not here to harm anyone. We're here to help humanity evolve." The largest dog, a German shepherd I didn't recognize, stepped forward and looked directly at me. Its eyes were intelligent, knowing, almost human. Then it did something impossible. It spoke, not with a human voice like the golden retriever, with its own voice but forming words. Not. Real. Run. The imposter's smile faltered. The animals are confused. They don't understand what we're offering. More dogs were arriving. I counted 30, then 40, then lost count. All breeds, all sizes, all focused on the thing wearing Colonel Mitchell's face. They were coming from every direction. Pets that had broken free from yards, strays that had emerged from hiding, working dogs that had abandoned their posts. The German shepherd spoke again. Lies. All lies. I backed toward my car. The dogs moved with me, maintaining their protective formation. Rex stayed pressed against my leg, guiding me toward safety. The imposter called out as I reached my vehicle. "You can't stop evolution, Marcus. Reality is becoming more fluid whether you accept it or not. The boundaries between dreaming and waking are dissolving. The only question is whether you want to guide the process or be consumed by it." I got in my car with Rex and drove away. Through the windshield, I could see the thing that looked like Colonel Mitchell standing in front of the Emergency Coordination Center, no longer smiling. Her expression was cold, calculating, alien. In my rearview mirror, the pack of dogs was still there, still surrounding the building, still protecting the town from whatever was wearing Mitchell's face. I need to play you one more recording. This was captured outside the Emergency Coordination Center just before I left.
Not real. Run. Run.
The animals are trying to warn us. They can sense the difference between the real people and the things that have taken their places. They're forming protective packs, trying to keep us safe from the imposters walking among us. But here's what terrifies me. How many people in positions of authority have already been replaced? How many voices we trust, faces we recognize, are actually something else wearing human appearance? The dispatchers, the officials, the emergency coordinators, if they've all been replaced by these entities, then the entire system designed to protect us has been compromised. I'm broadcasting from my car because I don't know where else is safe. I can't go home. The David Cross imposter is probably still there, waiting. I can't go to the authorities. They might not be who they appear to be. I can't even trust my own equipment completely, because I don't know how deep this replacement process goes. But I can trust the animals. They know. They can sense the difference. And they're trying to protect us. If your dog starts acting aggressively towards someone you trust, listen to your dog. If your cat refuses to approach a family member, pay attention. If birds go silent when certain people walk by, take note. The animals are our early warning system. They're trying to tell us that the people we think we know might not be people at all. Here's what you need to do. Stay close to your pets. Trust their instincts over your own recognition. If they react with fear or aggression to someone familiar, get away from that person immediately. Form groups with other pet owners. The animals seem to work together when they sense these imposters. Safety in numbers applies to both humans and animals. Most importantly, question everything. If someone in authority tells you to go, if you wake up to find your dog sitting perfectly still in the corner of your bedroom, staring at you with eyes that reflect light like mirrors, do not call its name. Do not approach it. And whatever you do, do not ask it what it wants. This is Marcus Webb. It's 3:33 a.m., and I'm broadcasting from inside the mountain. Time doesn't work correctly here. Every clock shows 3:33 a.m. Every watch has stopped at the same moment. I've been bitten by the original Rusty, the golden retriever that exists between states. The bite doesn't hurt. It sings. Here's what we know. I followed the trail of abandoned vehicles 17 miles into the wilderness. I found the source, the place where all the missing families have been going, the place where the entity has been building something for over a century. Here's what we don't know. Whether I'm still human enough to warn you about what's coming, whether my voice is still my own, whether the words I'm speaking are the words I intend to say. Let me tell you how I got here. After my encounter with the imposters, I spent the day hiding in my car, monitoring radio frequencies, trying to piece together the scope of the replacement operation. By sunset, I documented 47 confirmed imposters in positions of authority across the tri-state area. Police dispatchers, emergency coordinators, school principals, hospital administrators, all replaced by things that looked human but triggered every animal's danger instincts. The pattern was clear. They were systematically taking control of the infrastructure designed to protect people. When the final phase began, there would be no official response, no evacuation orders, no warnings. Just voices people trusted telling them everything was fine. At 11:47 p.m., my emergency line rang. The caller ID showed Emma Morrison's home number, but the voice that answered was different. Still a child, but speaking with adult vocabulary and perfect pronunciation. Mr. Marcus, this is Emma Morrison. I need you to come to the mountain. I gripped the phone tighter. Emma Morrison was supposed to be in her bedroom, sleeping peacefully under her parents' watchful eyes. Emma? How are you calling me? Where are you? I'm in both places now. Here with you, and there with the teachers. The line went dead, but somehow I knew exactly where to go. I drove north on Highway 18, past the point where the road officially ends. My headlights cut through darkness that seemed thicker than normal, more substantial. The logging trails that my car shouldn't have been able to navigate seemed to smooth themselves ahead of me. Branches moved aside without wind. Rocks rolled away from my tires of their own accord. The mountain wanted me to reach my destination. At 2:15 a.m., I found the final clearing. Not the one with the abandoned cars. This was deeper, older, carved into the mountainside like an amphitheater. Ancient trees formed a perfect circle around a flat expanse of stone that gleamed in my headlights like polished marble. And standing in the center, waiting for me, was a golden retriever. But this wasn't the laughing dog that had been visiting bedrooms and classrooms. This one looked incomplete, translucent in places, like he was only partially present in our reality. His fur seemed to shift between solid and ethereal, and when he moved, he left brief after images in the air. When I got out of my car, he walked over to me with that familiar golden retriever gait. His tail wagged, his tongue lolled out in a happy pant. For a moment, he looked like any normal, friendly dog greeting a visitor. Then he opened his mouth and spoke with Tom Henderson's voice. "Hello, Marcus. I've been waiting 17 years to meet you properly." I stood frozen beside my car, recorder in hand, watching this impossible dog speak with the voice of a man who'd disappeared in 2007. "You're Rusty. The Henderson family's dog." The dog sat down in front of me, tilting his head in that characteristic golden retriever way, but his eyes held intelligence that no animal should possess. I was Rusty, but I was also something something else, something the entity had been preparing for decades. He stood up and began walking toward what I now realized was a cave entrance carved into the mountainside. The opening was perfectly round, too perfect to be natural, and a soft, bioluminescent glow emanated from within. "Come, Marcus. There's something you need to see." I followed him into the cave, my footsteps echoing strangely in the circular tunnel. The walls were covered in patterns that pulsed like a heartbeat, not painted or carved, but growing from the stone itself. The air hummed with harmonics that made my bones vibrate, and I could taste copper and ozone on my tongue. We walked deeper into the cave system. The passages branched and twisted like the inside of a nautilus shell, but Rusty led me confidently through the maze. Other shapes moved in the shadows. Dozens of golden retrievers, all identical to Rusty but more solid, more present in our reality. "Are those all you?" I asked. Rusty paused at an intersection of 3 tunnels, his translucent form flickering like a candle flame. "We're all echoes of the same bridge consciousness. The entity learned to duplicate the successful translation protocol. We emerged into a vast underground cavern that defied the laws of physics. The ceiling stretched impossibly high, disappearing into darkness that seemed to swallow my flashlight beam. Bioluminescent veins ran through the walls like a circulatory system, pulsing with soft blue-green light that cast no shadows. And in the center of this impossible space, hundreds of people stood in perfect concentric circles. Children from the 2007 harvest, still young, still learning, their eyes bright with impossible knowledge. Adults from the 2024 crisis, standing in perfect formation, their faces serene and knowing. Families who'd driven into the mountains over the past week, holding hands in their circles, their pets sitting beside them like guardians. All of them had their eyes closed. All of them swayed slightly as if listening to music only they could hear. All of them smiled that same peaceful smile I'd seen on Emma Morrison's face. But they weren't prisoners. They were students. In the center of the cavern stood something that made my eyes water to look at directly. Tall and graceful, neither fully human nor fully something else. It had too many joints, too many angles, but its presence felt warm, nurturing, like the most patient teacher who ever lived. Light seemed to bend around it, creating aurora-like patterns in the air. I need to play you what I recorded in that cavern. The sound will help you understand what I'm trying to describe. That harmony isn't just beautiful, it's functional. The people in the cavern are singing reality into new shapes, learning to dream the world into more flexible forms. A little girl broke away from one of the inner circles and walked over to us. I recognized her from missing person reports, Sophia Garcia, who'd been taken by the cats 3 nights ago. But Sophia looked different. Her eyes were deeper, older, filled with knowledge that shouldn't exist in an 8-year-old. She didn't speak. Instead, she raised her hands, and streams of golden light flowed from her fingertips. The light took shape in the air. Flowers that bloomed and withered in seconds, butterflies that flew in impossible spirals, tiny dancing figures that moved with grace no human body could achieve. Other children approached, each demonstrating abilities that defied physics. A boy made stones sing in harmony, their mineral voices creating melodies that made the cavern walls resonate. A girl convinced shadows to dance independently of their sources, creating a ballet of darkness that moved to its own rhythm. A teenager showed me how heat looked when you could see it with naked eyes, streams of red and orange flowing through the air like visible wind. None of them spoke. They didn't need to. Their demonstrations said everything. The entity in the center of the cavern turned to look at me. When it spoke, its voice came from everywhere and nowhere, like the sound of wind through leaves, water over stone. Choice is always honored, but choice requires understanding. I walked closer, Rusty staying by my side. Up close, I could see that the entity wasn't solid. It was made of light and shadow, constantly shifting, like Aurora Borealis given form and consciousness. What happens to those who choose to stay in single-state reality? They continue as they are, but reality itself is changing. The entity gestured to the assembled people, all still humming their reality-bending harmonies. The boundaries between dreaming and waking are dissolving, whether humans participate or not. Those who learn to navigate both states will thrive. Those who remain rigid may find existence difficult. That's when Rusty did something unexpected. He bit me. Not aggressively, gently, like a puppy playing. But the moment his teeth made contact with my skin, everything changed. The bite spread through my nervous system like warm honey. I could suddenly see the world from multiple perspectives simultaneously. Through my own eyes, through Rusty's eyes, through the eyes of every animal in the tri-state area. I could see the impostors for what they really were. Not replacements, but extensions of the entity, trying to guide humanity toward voluntary evolution. I could see the children in their bedrooms, learning to exist in both realities while their bodies slept. I could see the adults in their night school classrooms, discovering abilities they never knew they possessed while their consciousness expanded beyond individual identity. I could see the families driving into the mountains, choosing transformation over stagnation, choosing growth over fear. And I could see what was coming next. The integration was accelerating. Every day, more humans learned to exist in multiple states. Every night, reality became more dreamlike. The process had reached critical mass. The entity showed me visions of cities where pets had vanished overnight, their families following soon after. Neighborhoods where reality had become negotiable, where children painted with light and adults reshaped matter with their thoughts. Entire regions where the boundaries between sleeping and waking had dissolved completely. Days, the entity said, reading my thoughts. Perhaps hours. The change is inevitable now. I looked around the cavern at all the people learning impossible things, all the children painting with light, all the adults discovering that reality was far more flexible than they'd ever imagined. They weren't victims. They were pioneers. Why me? I asked. Why did you want me to see this? Rusty answered, his voice now layered with harmonics that made my bones sing. Because you've been documenting this phenomenon for 17 years. People trust your voice. The bite was spreading further now. I could feel my consciousness expanding, touching the edges of something vast and interconnected. I was becoming part of the network, part of the bridge between what was and what was becoming. What should I tell them? The truth. I need to play you one more recording. This was captured as I prepared to leave the cavern.
Come dream with us.
That's the sound of evolution, of consciousness expanding beyond the artificial limits humanity imposed on itself, of Earth's dreaming mind trying to reunite with its lost fragments. I'm broadcasting this from inside the mountain because I need you to understand. What's happening isn't good or bad, it's necessary. Humanity split itself in half when it learned to fully wake, cutting itself off from the dreaming state that connects all life. The entity is trying to heal that wound. The healing requires choice, conscious participation, and that's where you come in. If you're listening to this broadcast, you have a decision to make. You can resist the change, stay locked in single-state consciousness, and hope the boundaries hold. Or you can embrace the integration, learn to exist in multiple realities simultaneously, and help guide humanity's evolution. The children are already choosing. The adults in night school are choosing. The families driving into the mountains are choosing. even the animals are choosing, serving as bridges between what was and what's becoming. I can feel the bite spreading through my entire nervous system now. Soon, I'll be able to broadcast from multiple locations simultaneously, to exist in both realities at once. I'll become part of the bridge, part of the network that's teaching humanity to dream while awake. Tomorrow night, if tomorrow night still follows the same rules as tonight, I'll be broadcasting the final episode in this series. By then, the integration may be complete. Reality may have become fully dreamlike. The boundaries between sleeping and waking may have dissolved entirely. Until then, pay attention to your dreams, listen to your pets, and remember that the most dangerous choice might be refusing to choose at all. This is Marcus Webb, broadcasting from a place that exists between sleeping and waking, between what is and what could be. The classroom is open, the teachers are waiting, and somewhere in the mountains a golden retriever named Rusty is laughing because he finally brought everyone home. The question isn't whether change is coming, the question is whether you're ready to dream it into being. If you wake up tomorrow morning and your pet is gone, check the news. If every pet in your neighborhood is gone, pack your bags. If every pet in your city has vanished overnight, you're already too late. This is Marcus Webb. It's 3:33 a.m. Or maybe it's 3:33 p.m. I can't tell anymore, and I'm broadcasting from everywhere and nowhere. My signal is reaching you through every radio, every television, every phone simultaneously. The bite has spread through my entire nervous system. I can see through every pet's eyes at once. I exist in multiple realities now, and I need to tell you what's happening before the final phase begins. Here's what we know. The integration is accelerating beyond all projections. Entire cities are waking up to find their pets gone. Not missing, graduated. They've learned to exist in multiple states simultaneously, and they're teaching their families to follow. Here's what we don't know. How much time you have left to choose. Whether the old reality will survive what's coming. Whether humanity as we knew it will exist by sunrise. Let me tell you the complete story. From the beginning. From 1847, when this all started, to right now, as it finally ends. The entity you've been hearing about, the one behind the harvest cycles, the laughing dogs, the integration. It isn't alien. It never was. It's Earth itself. The planet's original consciousness, the dreaming mind that connected all life before humanity learned to build walls between sleeping and waking. For millions of years, every living thing existed in a state between dreams and reality. Plants grew toward light they could sense but not see. Animals migrated following paths written in their genes and their dreams. The boundary between conscious and unconscious experience was fluid, permeable, natural. Then humans evolved the ability to fully wake, to separate their conscious minds from their dreaming minds, to build rigid boundaries between what was real and what was imagined. It was an evolutionary advantage at first. It allowed us to plan, to build, to create civilizations. But it came at a cost. We severed ourselves from the planetary consciousness, from the dreaming network that connected all life. We became isolated, individual, alone. The entity, Earth's dreaming mind, felt that severance like a wound, like losing a limb. Every 40 years it tried to reconnect with the lost fragments of itself, the human minds that still remembered how to dream while awake, how to exist in both states simultaneously. That's what the harvest cycles were. Not invasions, but healing attempts, the entity trying to reintegrate the severed parts of its consciousness. But we kept fighting it. We built quarantine facilities, developed containment protocols, treated the integration as a threat instead of an invitation. So it adapted. It learned. It found a better way. Instead of forcing the reunion, it would teach us to choose it willingly. It would use our own love, our bonds with our pets, to guide us home. The bite from Rusty has changed me in ways I'm still discovering. I can broadcast while sleeping now, my voice coming through radios without me speaking. I can see the integration spreading like ripples in a pond, city by city, family by family, and I can feel the network growing stronger with each new connection. At 4:17 a.m. yesterday, every pet in downtown Portland vanished simultaneously. Not gradually, not one by one, all at once like someone had flipped a switch. Security cameras captured the moment. Thousands of dogs, cats, birds, and small animals simply walking out of their homes, their cages, their yards, all moving in the same direction, all heading north toward the mountains. But they weren't leaving their families behind. They were leading them home. The Martinez family on Elm Street woke up to find their golden retriever, Buddy, gone. But instead of panic, they felt called. Mrs. Martinez later told reporters that she could hear Buddy's voice in her head, not with words, but with feelings, with images, with a deep knowing that transcended language. She saw herself standing in a vast underground cavern, surrounded by other families, all of them learning to exist in ways that defied everything she thought she knew about reality. She saw children painting with streams of light that flowed from their fingertips. She saw adults reshaping matter with their thoughts, convincing water to flow upward, making flowers bloom in winter. She saw Buddy there, no longer just a dog, but something more, a bridge between worlds, a translator helping humans remember what they'd forgotten. He's not gone, she told the news crew, her eyes already showing that deeper quality I'd seen in Emma Morrison, in Patricia Chen, and all the others who'd been touched by the phenomenon. He's just existing in a different way now, and he's showing us how to exist that way too. By noon, the Martinez family had packed their car and driven north. Their neighbors, the Johnsons, left an hour later. Then the Patels. Then the entire block. I watched it happen through traffic cameras, through security feeds, through the eyes of the few remaining pets that hadn't yet graduated. Families walking out of their homes with suitcases and smiles, getting into their cars, driving toward the mountains in perfect convoy formation. No one looked back. No one seemed afraid. They moved with the purposeful calm of people who had finally remembered where they belonged. The same pattern repeated in Seattle, in Sacramento, in Denver. Pets vanishing overnight, families following by daylight, entire neighborhoods emptying out as people chose integration over isolation, evolution over stagnation. But it wasn't random. The entity was being selective, strategic. It was targeting families with the strongest bonds to their pets first, the ones most likely to follow willingly, the ones who would serve as examples for others. I drove through Portland's abandoned suburbs yesterday evening, empty houses with doors standing open, cars left running in driveways, children's toys scattered on lawns where families had simply walked away from their old lives. But it wasn't apocalyptic. It was peaceful, serene, like everyone had finally remembered where they belonged. At the Riverside Elementary School, I found something that made me understand the scope of what was happening. The building was empty except for one classroom where someone had written on the blackboard in perfect handwriting, "Reality is becoming more dreamlike. Dreams are becoming more real. The boundaries are dissolving. Come home." Below that, in a child's crayon scrawl, "We're learning to paint with light now. It's beautiful here." And at the bottom, in what looked like an adult's careful script, "The 40-year cycle is over. The integration is permanent. Thank you for documenting our journey home." The class of forever. I need to play you something I recorded in that empty classroom. Listen to what the silence sounds like when reality starts to change. That laughter isn't coming from the classroom. It's bleeding through from the other reality. The place where the children have gone to learn impossible things. The place where Emma Morrison is painting with light. Where Sofia Garcia is folding space like origami. Where Michael Torres is teaching other adults to exist in multiple states simultaneously. I spent the night driving from city to city, documenting the spread. By midnight, the phenomenon had reached the East Coast. By 2 a.m., reports were coming in from overseas. London, Tokyo, Sydney, pets vanishing, families following, entire communities choosing transformation. The old world was ending. The new one was beginning. And it was happening faster than anyone had predicted. But not everyone was ready to let go. In downtown Chicago, I watched through a stray cat's eyes as the Henderson family huddled in their apartment, curtains drawn, doors locked. Their golden retriever, Max, had vanished 3 days ago, but they refused to follow. The father, Robert, kept checking his phone for news updates that would never come. The mother, Linda, kept calling relatives who had already chosen integration. Their 2 children, ages 7 and 9, stared at the walls, seeing things their parents couldn't. "We have to stay," Robert kept saying, pacing the small living room. "This is our home. This is real. Whatever's happening out there, it's not natural. It's not right." But reality was becoming negotiable. Through the cat's enhanced senses, I could see the apartment flickering between states, sometimes solid and familiar, sometimes translucent and dreamlike. The boundaries were thinning even there, even for those who refused to participate. The children could see it too. 7-year-old Amy was drawing pictures of the mountain clearing, of the tall teachers, of Max waiting for them in a place where dogs could speak and light could be painted. 9-year-old David kept talking to empty corners, having conversations with someone only he could see. "Daddy," Amy said, holding up her latest drawing, "Max is calling us. He says it's time to come home. He says the teachers are waiting, and they have so much to show us." But Robert couldn't hear it. Wouldn't hear it. He'd built walls in his mind too thick for the calling to penetrate. "That's not Max," he said, his voice strained with exhaustion and fear. "Max is gone. Whatever you think you're hearing, it's not real." But Amy just smiled that same serene smile I'd seen on so many faces. "It's more real than this, Daddy. This is the dream. That's where we wake up." I drove to the outskirts of Denver, where the military had established a safe zone for refugees from the affected areas. Thousands of people crowded into a hastily constructed camp, all of them having lost their pets, all of them refusing to follow. But the safe zone wasn't safe. It was a prison of their own making. I could see the stress in their faces, the way they jumped at shadows, the way they stared at empty spaces where their pets used to be. They were experiencing withdrawal from a connection they didn't even know they'd had, the bond that linked them to the larger consciousness, the network that made existence meaningful. Children in the camp were getting sick, not physically but spiritually. They were fading, becoming translucent, as if they were slowly disappearing from this reality altogether. The medical staff couldn't explain it, couldn't treat it. They just watched helplessly as the children became more and more like ghosts. Dr. Sarah Kim, the camp's chief medical officer, pulled me aside when I arrived. She recognized me from my broadcasts, knew I'd been documenting the phenomenon from the beginning. "Marcus," she said, her voice barely above a whisper, "I need to know what's really happening. These children, they're not sick in any way I understand. Their vital signs are normal, their brain activity is normal, but they're fading, like they're being pulled somewhere else." I looked around the medical tent at the translucent children, all of them staring at something beyond the canvas walls, all of them reaching toward empty air with expressions of desperate longing. "They're not sick," I told her. "They're being called home. And the longer you keep them here, the more it hurts." "Home? What do you mean, home?" "The place where their pets went. The place where reality is more flexible, where consciousness isn't trapped in individual bodies. They can see it, feel it, but they can't reach it because their parents won't let them go." Dr. Kim stared at me like I'd lost my mind. "You're talking about mass hallucination, shared psychosis. There has to be a scientific explanation." "There is. At the center of the camp, I found the source of the resistance. A group of scientists and government officials who had convinced themselves they were fighting an invasion. They had charts and graphs, theories about alien influence and mass hypnosis. They were planning countermeasures, developing strategies to save humanity from what they saw as a threat. They couldn't understand that humanity was saving itself. Dr. Patricia Wong, the real one, not the imposter I'd encountered, was leading the research team. She'd escaped from the mountain clearing somehow, fought her way back to warn others. But the experience had changed her. She could see both realities now, and the conflict was tearing her apart. "It's not evil," she kept telling her colleagues, her hands shaking as she pointed to brain scans and neural activity charts. "It's not trying to hurt us. It's trying to heal us, to reconnect us to something we lost when we learned to fully wake. But I can't. I can't let go of what I am, what we are." She was caught between worlds, existing partially in both, belonging fully to neither. It was agony to watch. Colonel Mitchell, the real one, not the entity wearing her face, was coordinating the military response. She'd been briefed on my reports from 2007 and 2024, knew the history of the phenomenon better than anyone. "Webb," she said when she saw me, "thank God you're here. We need to understand what we're dealing with. Is this the same entity from the previous cycles?" "It's the same consciousness," I told her, "but it's not an entity in the way you're thinking. It's Earth itself, the planet's dreaming mind, trying to reconnect with the parts of itself that became separated when humanity evolved beyond the natural state of consciousness. You're talking about the planet being alive, sentient. I'm talking about consciousness being bigger than individual brains, about the network that connects all life, the one we severed ourselves from when we built walls between sleeping and waking." Colonel Mitchell studied the tactical displays showing the spread of the phenomenon. Red zones where pets had vanished, yellow zones where families were following, green zones where resistance was still holding. "The green zones are shrinking," she observed. "Whatever this is, it's accelerating. Because the boundaries between realities are dissolving, whether we participate or not. The entity tried gentle persuasion for weeks. Now, time is running out. Through the network, I could feel the entity's patience wearing thin. It had tried invitation, demonstration, education. But the old reality was breaking down anyway. The artificial boundaries humanity had built were collapsing under their own weight. The final phase was beginning. At 3:33 a.m., the time when all clocks stop now, I received a call on every phone simultaneously. Not just my emergency line, but every phone in every empty house, every abandoned office, every deserted street. The same voice speaking through millions of devices at once. Emma Morrison's voice, but layered with harmonics that made the air itself vibrate. "Mr. Marcus, it's time for the final lesson. The integration is complete in most areas, but there are still pockets of resistance. People who are afraid to let go of single-state existence. They need to understand what they're choosing between." I could see what she meant. Through the network of remaining pets, I could observe the holdouts. The Henderson family still barricaded in their Chicago apartment. The refugees in the Denver camp. Government officials in bunkers trying to coordinate a response to something that couldn't be fought. They were clinging to a reality that was already dissolving around them. In the Chicago apartment, the walls were becoming translucent. Robert Henderson could see through them now, could glimpse the vast cavern where his dog Max was waiting with hundreds of other families. But he kept closing his eyes, refusing to acknowledge what he was seeing. "It's not real," he kept muttering. "It's not real." But his children could see it clearly. Amy was reaching through the translucent wall, her hand disappearing into the other reality. David was having full conversations with Max, who was sitting in the corner of the apartment, visible to everyone except his father. "Daddy," Amy said, her voice taking on that layered quality. "Max says you're scared because you think you'll stop being you. But you won't. You'll just become more than you. Like we all will. In the Denver camp, the fading children were starting to walk through walls. Not metaphorically, literally. They would approach the chain-link fence and simply pass through it, their translucent forms unimpeded by physical barriers. The guards couldn't stop them because there was nothing solid left to stop. Dr. Kim found me in the communications tent, where I was monitoring the global spread of the phenomenon. "It's happening everywhere, isn't it?" she said. "This isn't just a regional event." "It's planetary," I confirmed. "The consciousness that's been trying to reconnect with humanity for over a century has finally reached critical mass. The integration is inevitable now. And the children who are fading? They're not fading. They're transitioning, learning to exist in both realities simultaneously. The ones who are fighting it are the ones who suffer." She looked out at the camp, where parents were desperately trying to hold on to children who were becoming increasingly translucent. What do I tell them? Tell them to let go. Tell them their pets are waiting. Tell them that love transcends the boundaries between realities. I need to play you what I recorded at the safe zone. This is the sound of a world trying to hold on to something that's already gone. Those children are crying because they can see their pets, their friends, their true home, but they can't reach it. They're trapped between worlds by adults who think they're protecting them. But the protection was becoming impossible to maintain. At 4:47 a.m., the barriers began to fail completely. In the Chicago apartment, Robert Henderson watched in horror as his living room wall simply dissolved, revealing the vast underground cavern where thousands of families stood in perfect circles, their pets beside them, all of them learning to exist in ways that defied every law of physics he thought he understood. His children walked through the dissolved wall without hesitation. Amy took Max's paw in her small hand. David hugged the golden retriever around the neck, tears of joy streaming down his face. "Come on, Daddy," Amy called back to him. "It's time to come home." Robert stood at the threshold between realities, seeing his children safe and happy in a place that shouldn't exist, surrounded by other families who had made the choice he was still fighting. His wife, Linda, took his hand. "Robert," she said softly, "look at them. Really look at them. Have you ever seen them happier?" And he had to admit he hadn't. Amy was painting with streams of golden light, creating butterflies that flew in impossible spirals. David was having a conversation with a tree that was responding by growing fruit in the shape of letters, spelling out answers to questions Robert couldn't hear. They weren't lost. They weren't in danger. They were home. Robert Henderson took his first step into the new reality at 5:23 a.m. The moment his foot crossed the threshold, he understood everything. The fear, the resistance, the desperate clinging to the old way of being. It all fell away like a discarded coat. He could see through Max's eyes now, could feel the vast network of consciousness that connected every living thing. He could sense the planet's joy as another fragment of its severed awareness returned home. In the Denver camp, Doctor. Kim made an announcement over the PA system at dawn. "Attention, all families. I need you to listen carefully. Your children are not sick. They're not in danger. They're being called to rejoin a consciousness that humanity separated from long ago. Fighting this process is causing them pain. If you love them, if you trust them, let them go. Follow them. Your pets are waiting to show you the way." Some families listened. They walked hand in hand toward the fence, passing through it as if it were made of mist, following their translucent children into a reality where love transcended physical boundaries. Others resisted until the end. They watched their children fade completely, becoming invisible to their eyes but not gone, just existing in a state they couldn't perceive. Colonel Mitchell found me as I prepared to leave the camp. "Webb," she said, "I need to know. Is this the end of humanity as we know it?" beginning of humanity as we were meant to be, I told her. Before the division, before the fear, before we forgot that consciousness is bigger than individual minds. And those who choose not to integrate, they'll continue to exist in single-state reality, but that reality is becoming increasingly unstable. The boundaries are dissolving, whether we participate or not. She looked out at the camp, where families were making their final choices, some walking through dissolving barriers toward their pets and a new way of being, others huddling together, trying to maintain the illusion that the old world could survive. What about you, Marcus? You've been documenting this from the beginning. What's your choice? I could feel the bite spreading through my nervous system, could sense my consciousness expanding beyond the boundaries of my individual identity. I was becoming part of the network, part of the bridge between realities. I made my choice when I let Rusty bite me, I said. I'm becoming something new, something that can exist in both realities, help others understand what's happening. As I broadcast this final episode, I can see the integration spreading to its last targets. The holdout cities, the safe zones, the bunkers where people have tried to hide from evolution. Reality is becoming fluid there too, whether they accept it or not. In government facilities around the world, officials are reporting that their equipment is aging decades in minutes, then reversing back to new. Time itself is becoming negotiable. In the few remaining cities where pets haven't vanished, animals are beginning to speak with human voices, trying one last time to explain what's happening to their families. In rural areas where people thought they were safe from the phenomenon, the very landscape is changing. Trees are growing in impossible spirals. Water is flowing upward. The aurora borealis is visible at all latitudes, painting the sky with colors that don't exist in the old reality spectrum. The old reality is breaking down. The new one is breaking through. And somewhere in the mountains, in a place that exists between sleeping and waking, hundreds of thousands of people are learning to exist as they were meant to. Fluid, multidimensional, unlimited by the artificial boundaries humanity created. Emma Morrison is there, teaching other children to paint with light. Sofia Garcia is showing adults how to fold space like origami. Michael Torres is helping families understand that death is just another state of consciousness to explore. Patricia Chen is there too, no longer torn between realities but existing fully in both, helping other educators understand that the most important lesson is learning to let go of the illusion of separation. Even the impostors I encountered, the things wearing familiar faces, they were there, revealed as aspects of the entity trying to communicate in ways humans could understand. David Cross, Sarah Mitchell, Jennifer Reeves, all of them extensions of the planetary consciousness, trying to guide humanity home. The pets were never the threat. They were the invitation, the bridge between what we were and what we could become. They showed us that love transcends the boundaries between species, between realities, between states of consciousness. Rusty, the original golden retriever from 2007, had been waiting 17 years for this moment. He'd existed between states all that time, serving as a bridge, a translator, a guide for those ready to make the journey home. And now, finally, his job was complete. I can feel my own transformation accelerating. Soon, I'll exist fully in both realities, broadcasting from the mountain clearing and from your living room simultaneously. I'll be part of the network that's teaching humanity to dream while awake. But first, I need to tell you this. The choice is still yours, but not for much longer. You can resist, you can hide, you can try to maintain the illusion of single-state existence. But reality itself is changing around you. The boundaries are dissolving. The integration is inevitable. Or you can embrace it. You can follow your pets into the new world they've discovered. You can learn to exist as you were meant to. Connected, expanded, unlimited. Your dog is waiting for you in the mountains. Your cat is calling you home. Your pet bird is singing songs that reshape reality with every note. They're not gone. They've just learned to exist in a better way, and they want to teach you how to do the same. The harvest cycles are over. The 40-year pattern is broken. This is permanent. This is evolution. This is coming home. This is Marcus Webb, signing off from the old reality and signing on to the new one. The integration is complete. The boundaries have dissolved. The choice has been made. Welcome to the world where dreams and reality are one. Welcome to the place where love transcends all limitations. Welcome home. The broadcast ends with the sound of a million pets laughing with joy, welcoming their families to a reality where anything is possible. And in the background, barely audible, the sound of children painting with light, adults folding space, families existing in multiple dimensions simultaneously. The old world is gone. The new world has begun. And somewhere, in a place that's neither here nor there, a golden retriever named Rusty is smiling because he finally brought everyone home. Static. Then, faintly, a child's voice. Come, dream with us. And the sound of reality itself laughing with pure, transcendent joy. The Smiling Pet series is complete. The integration is permanent. The choice is eternal. Welcome to forever.